Okay, I can't hear anything yet. Let me check on something. Check that out. What's up, fellas? Hold on. Let me see. Open sound settings. Let's see. Choose your output device. Is this thing even on? It should be on. I'm fooling around with my headset. I can't hear anything because I've been playing with it. Fooling around with it. And I didn't have time. I didn't have time to check it. So let's see. Check my output device. Let's try this. Yeah, I can hear it this way. All right. I'm going to leave it like that. Let's see. Oh, am I getting it? Nope. That's it. That'll probably work. And the heater's on, so you're going to be hearing that. I'm not sure if the intro music came through because I couldn't hear it on this. I literally just sat down again. I hear echo in here, and I shouldn't hear that. I gotta sit down again and fool around with this stuff. I'll get to it eventually. What's up, everybody? I'm back. We are back. And it's freezing out. And I just got the shop warm. I mean, it was tolerable in here today. It wasn't too bad. But, you know, you can't really open the doors and the windows and do painting and all of that. Even though I did some of that, it's still like you open a window and it was so windy and it's like 5 degrees that as soon as you leave the window open long enough to blow out the paint stink, you got no more heat. So I got a blanket over me because my feet are cold. It's warming up. It's getting decent in here. You know, I think I keep it about 60 degrees or so. So check out a few things that I'm working on. So I just gave you a little teaser for those of you that are already in here and watching. Let's go back to it for a second. I was going to do like a pan around the room, but there's just too much going on today. So every now and then, well, probably more than every now and then, I seem to take on these projects that aren't going to make me a dime. And I don't even know why I'm doing them, but I get stuck and caught up into them. And it's a passion, right? There's the hobby and then there's the business, and sometimes they collide with each other. So I want to get started on that and show you guys what I'm up to. Old ARIENS, right? Snowblower from the 60s, right? So today I spent a little bit of time fooling around with the engines that I have in-house. And I'm going to put in the description later when I get them in, and I didn't have a chance yet, but I wanted to show you an article that I found on dating Tecumseh engines. So for those of you that are interested in that, you know, you come across something like what I have. There's Boneyard. What's up, Boneyard? You know, this is a freebie, this thing. Yeah, let me show you again. Display capture. All right, this is a freebie. Let me go through a couple of pics while I'm here. Let me bring up the other desktop thing while I'm chatting. I'm here, you. Got all cleaned off. I showed that the past couple of weeks. And I started working on it. You know, kind of like getting into it. Did a test to see what the motor was doing. And the motor's dead. I'll show you why. We'll get into that in a minute. But she's in good shape. It's built like a brick shit house, you know, as they say. It's built so tough. That's why it's still here. And I forget what I said, what date it was. You know, it's on one of my video shorts or whatever, segments is a better way to say it. Now look at this thing here. Hold on. You see that knob right here? Right? What happens with that is you push it in and it blocks off the front of the carburetor. Now, it also has a choke, which is, you know, closes off the front of the carburetor, but not completely. They call this thing a primer. I don't know how you would push it in and pull the handle to start it. There's no lock that I can see. Like, I don't think it locks. I may be wrong, I don't know. But I'm trying to save it and put it back. This whole carburetor assembly is different than like a more modern Tecumseh carburetor. The whole setup with the bracket and everything. So I'm going through, you know, contortions to try to put back some of the things that came with this thing. It's got this weird lever. It also has a throttle control on the handle, so I want to keep that. Somebody made that little rod over there on the governor. Let's see. All right, let's get to the next one. And you'll see inside the motor in a minute. Double belt. I found them. They still sell them, those belts, for this machine. The main auger belt is still for sale, but they only have one left. But I think I have one. All right. I have a better shot of this. See it? All right, I'm going to go to a different, I have a different cut of this. Yeah, if I put the light on, you're not going to be able to see it. Yeah, we'll go to the next shot. I'll show it to you in a minute. I have another shot of that. I definitely will, Boneyard. If you have a link, put the link in. Right where your text is. Just copy the link and drop it right here. Or you can even drop the link in. I believe you can drop it in chat in the video when we're done with the video tonight. It'll process and it'll, you know, come up as a regular video. And then you can drop the link there. Well, let me know if you have a problem doing that. Oh, a little promo. All right, let's see. Oh, there's my promo. All right, let me go to... here, I have it. I have it down here. Hold on. I didn't organize it yet. I just started this project. Here it is. Yeah, this should be it. See the scoring? Yeah. Okay, we'll get to the next step. So I cleaned everything up. I found another motor. Let's see. Yeah. Get everything good and clean. So I'm just breezing through all of this. So that's the other motor here. We'll get a closer look at it in a minute. No, that's something else. All right, so let's kill that. I want to show you. Where are we? Is this it? That's the starter. All right, so I'm figuring out what's going on with this engine. So this is a replacement engine that I started working with. And let me pause this. Let me see if I can find another shot of it. So I'm going through a bunch of motors, and the important thing is, let's see if I can find an actual shot of it. The problem I have is the motor that we need has two shafts on it. I can't move this. It won't let me move it. All right, close it. Let's see if we can see it. Yeah, here. All right, so this is a motor I was playing around with. This is one that I have. It looks pretty good. See the two shafts? I'm sure I have another shot. So one is counter-rotating. There it is right there. All right, we'll back up a little. Try to get a shot that's in focus. It may not focus because if I didn't capture it in focus, it's moving. So we need a motor that's basically the same size. It's about 4 horsepower. And it has to have a camshaft output, and it has to have a, the regular crank output shaft for it. One rotates in the opposite direction. So I happen to have one. I have a whole bunch of these engines, but we needed this. That's it. So I went through a whole bunch of motors. This is what I came up with. It had about 20 to 24 PSI compression. That's all it had. So that's why I'm taking it apart and going through it. Let's see. Now, that is that. Yeah, I didn't prepare for tonight because I'm just too tired. All right, let me go through the OBS stuff. So this is a different one. This one's interesting. It doesn't have a second shaft. I think it's from the 60s. So in order to do that, they actually have to move the valves. They have to swap the valves. So the camshaft would be different because the ports are on different sides, and that means the valves are on a different side, and that means the camshaft lobes have to be on a different side. You know, it's not even good for a mini bike because it would be shooting out hot, exhaust gas, at your leg. And why I say that is because there might be a mini bike coming up soon. Oh, I said it. I shouldn't have said that. Mini bike. Let's see, what am I doing here? Okay, I think I'm going to explain something. Yeah, I'm old. Or it could be earlier, but I'm still thinking 74, even though it's weird. All right, yeah. I'm going to put this thing up. All right, just to back up, I didn't show it, but this was red. All right, it was red just like the other one. If I find it, I'll put it up before the end of the show. But it was red, and it was the only one I had with that second shaft, the camshaft output, and that's the drive for the engine. That's actually what drives the tractor part. And I showed you it earlier, right? When we were looking in the cylinders and everything, and it had about 24 psi. I didn't take it all apart, but when I'm done with the video and I release it, I'm going to kind of show going through how to refurbish an engine and make it so that you can use it again, and identifying whether or not it's worthy of using and putting some time into it. Taking parts from other engines and morphing them into this thing so I can try to keep it as period as I can. I'm trying to keep it period. I'm not going to go crazy, but we could, you can't use any other engine because it's a smaller engine for a smaller frame, and it has that second shaft. So that's it. You're married to that. They didn't continue the H designation forever. That's the original carb. Yeah, that was the original bowl. I'll just whiz through this. So I cleaned it all up. I actually mounted it. There it is there. I wanted to keep it on because it's just weird, and so more fitting. This is an old setup. I mean, they haven't done this in a long time. I can't show you this yet because when I do editing, I can actually punch in and show close-ups. Yeah, they haven't done that in a long time. It was a mess, that thing. There's a lot going on in there. I wanted to keep it because it belongs to the machine and it's so different. This is what I wound up doing. That's the right angle fuel line adapter. Yeah, a little bit of... Put some epoxy on it or something. If it leaks. That's the primer bowl. I don't know why that flap is bent that way. I don't know. Maybe for snow. That's for the spark plug. And on this generation engine, they have it in the way of the muffler. And I'm not happy with that. So I'm going to pull that head off and change that. So things are going together and coming apart multiple times. All right, now because it didn't have a connector on the end of it. It's going to hit the muffler. Yeah, I tried that. It didn't work well. Yeah, I got to change the head. I'll show you the head I'm going to use. So this is a different head. And I'm just kind of flattening it out a little bit. Now, here it is. They basically removed a fin. For some reason or another, they did not provide a a good way to route the spark plug wire. Keep in mind, guys, that this is the 60s and early 70s. So by the time you get to the 90s, all of this stuff is sorted out. And in 2009, I think Tecumseh was done. This head is not as straight as the head that I chose originally to put on because the other head was so straight. But it doesn't. There's no place for me to put the spark plug wire, and I don't want to leave it like that. So this is a poor man's mill. It's cleaning up. It's not that bad. Yeah, that's nice. Let's see, is there anything left? Yeah, there's a different muffler that I put on here. And it's got a stud to mount the muffler at the top above the head bolt. Which is another thing they didn't do in the 60s and early 70s. Alright, I just wanted to show you guys a little bit about, let's see if I can find it. Let's see, when was I doing it? I don't think it was here. Yeah, it's not on this run. I'll find it. Show you a little bit about the early engine work. I'm not sure how I want to do this, like when I do the video, actual video for it. I guess it depends a lot on how long of a video it is and how I cut it up. Let's see, Ariens, here it is. Now this is the other day. Yeah, here we go. I'll run through some of this. Yeah, good. Now I'll go to the overhead. Now, what's important to understand is that every step of the way in this process, yeah, let me come here. Every step of the way in this process is like critical. You take the old engine off and you have a baseline for everything you need, right? This shows you what was on the machine. You're like, okay, so we have two shafts, one spins in the opposite way, these are the pulleys. So then you have to think, well, I need some of these parts, because even if I have another motor, these parts, these pulleys, it's a double pulley, little belts that drives the tractor part, those pulleys have to come off. And if they don't come off, we're screwed. And then when you go and you find another engine, and you're like, oh, I have another motor, it's very similar. Those pulleys have to come off successfully without heating them, because there's seals behind those pulleys on those shafts, and you'll wreck the seal. And you shouldn't have to heat it up. Now, sometimes things get rust gold on, and then you're kind of screwed. So every step of the way, as soon as I had a second motor, and I actually have a bigger motor, but it's just too big, right? It's like an 8 horsepower, which would be perfect for this machine. But I could probably modify it. But my thinking was, well, let's see if we can put together a correct motor for this machine, because it's an old 60s Ariens, and it would be cool to kind of have like a correct setup all in one spot. And then if I wanted to modify it next year or whatever down the road, I think I have a candidate for it. We'll fool around with it then. But let me get one vintage machine together in one spot. So every step of the way, when you're looking at your old motor that's got some parts to yield, and you got some newer motor or different motor, basically the same, you need to be able to do some swap stuff. And the problem becomes is that, are you going to be able to get everything off that you need, everything out of the way of the donor motor that you need to get off, and then can you transfer everything and get everything together in one spot? And things are different. There's going to be differences, because they made, you talk about something of different ears, slightly different sizes, different applications. So that's why I'm trying to like retrofit stuff and go through my inventory. And I don't want to buy anything. Why should I buy anything? I collect this stuff for a reason. So when you start collecting, and I want to go out into the garden, right, where I can go outside to my garden and have some fun, you know, that I want to be able to do that. I want to have some fun. Yeah, let's see. Let's look at the garden. All right, the garden's not as big as it was anymore. There's the garden. And here's the garden. I'll put the garden up. Oh, garden coming up. The garden, right? When you have the garden, fellas, right? You know, and it's not as much right now. Like, there's not quite as much back there. There's actually more than what, when this shot was taken, there's actually more than that. But, you know, listen, what are you going to do? So you have a garden for a reason. It's what you do. You have gardens. Let me see if I got the next thing I want to show you. I think this is it. What was I doing? Yeah, here it is. We'll go back to the overhead shot. More overheads. I couldn't get that out. Now, I went over the valves real careful. I don't think I actually show it. Let's see if you can get a peek in there. Yeah, you can't do a lot of honing when the piston's in there. You just got to go light. All right, let me just see here. Where's the one where I do the valves? See, now this is the original motor, and I'm slowly pulling everything off of it. And there's the donor. It took a bit of work, but it all came apart. this is the motor we're going to use. But it's all got to come apart. We do have electric start. It didn't come with electric start. So this motor has that. It's all crusty. I didn't break anything. I just took my time, a lot of lubricant. This is a 50-something-year-old engine, something like that. 40, 50. Yeah, it didn't want to come apart. All right, so I had a problem. I couldn't get some of the head bolts off. So I just kept working this banger tool, lots of lubricant. I don't recommend any kind of banger tool that is too powerful because you'll snap the bolt. So the way I do it is I lubricate it, I move it a little bit, then I go back in the direction I came, back and forth a little bit at a time until she starts to loosen up, and I just try to keep getting lubricant down the shaft. Yeah, there was one bolt in particular that was really gold up. And the thing is this, right? I see guys that try to retorque heads. You can't because there's so much junk on the shank of these bolts that you'll never get an accurate torque reading from on an old motor. If you want to torque a head, you got to take everything off, clean everything, lubricate everything, and then start again. Otherwise, just tighten it. If you find a loose bolt, just tighten it up. There's nothing else you can do. I'm still working on it. It's now starting to come out. Now I think I got it. Yeah. Let's see, how far did I get? Oh, it's stuttering. It's just not possible. Not on this setup. It's too big. I have to run 2 belts. You can't do it. So I had to stay with this little motor. But everything did come apart, and I was able to kind of get everything I needed. All right, so here, this is a little trick I do with the valves. I think this is it. Did I show this part? I may not have. What I like to do with the valves is, I don't know if, see this tool here, that's got a green Scotch-Brite pad, and you can lift the valve up and go around the valve and clean the face of the valve and the seat of the valve at the same time, if you're careful. And they usually, if they're okay and they're not rusted, they'll clean up and they'll seat. This thing got 124 PSI when I was done with it. So it's ready to run. It's cleaning up real nice. Here we go. It's very smooth. It's a green Scotch-Brite pad, so it's not really abrasive. And you got to be careful. Just don't put too much force on it. It'll polish it up. Get off any of the junk. I like using these brake hones for these small little engines. They seem to give a really good crosshatch. All right, let's go back to the honing. I'll try to get through this here. Chase all the threads out. There's your points. Look how nice it's coming. It's getting nice and clean. That's it in primer. Hey, Joe. How you been? I don't think Boneyard's here still. It's like there's nobody in the channel tonight. So I think you're the only one, Joe. Let's see, did I get... This is the whole thing. Where is it? Yeah, that's this date. I'm just buzzing through this. Yeah, it's just you and me. I know, it's so cold out. I'm just buzzing through the motor setup for this cool old ARIENS. It's been cold like for the past couple of days. Ridiculously cold and windy. See how nice that came out? I'm just going to buzz through this. Trying to figure out like how I want to set up. Oh, really? Yeah, I'm just poking around tonight. I'm shot from the week and working late on this project. I'm just like breezing through this project real quick as a preview. I know, right? The South does look better every year. I totally hear you, Joe. I totally hear you. Hold on, let me switch. Yeah, I'm like breezing through. You know, they say in the industry when you do videos and movies and stuff, they call it going through the dailies or something like that. So, you know, when you shoot a lot of footage, at some point, you know, before the next day's shoot or before you get started with the day's shoot, right, you look through what you took. And if you missed something or you don't like a shot, you retake it. Now, of course, I don't do that. Generally speaking, I have to try to capture whatever it is that I'm doing, and then in edit, like doing an edit for something like this is a nightmare. Because I'm jumping around, I'm working on two different motors at the same time, I'm pickling parts, I'm going back and forth, and I mean, this is a couple of days worth of work, so how do you condense 3 days worth of work or 2 days worth of work into a 20-minute half-hour show, right? And today, the long-form format is dying. It's still popular, but compared to all of the other short forms, yeah, good luck. So a lot of guys do like a quickie how-to. I like to watch Musty because he doesn't do that. He does his how-to as he's working, and he doesn't really care that much about time. I think he does a little bit more the past couple of years, knowing, you know, what's going on. But, you know, I don't always want to do a how-to, because then it's like, oh, you take this thing and you put it into that thing, and you make money doing that, but it's boring, you know, and it's also disruptive to your day job, you know. Shorts are the way, but there's nothing in a short, really. Like, here's a problem with a short. It doesn't tell you anything. Let me go into a rant. I feel a rant coming. Oh, shit. Here it comes. Here comes a fucking rant. I can feel it. It's welling up in me. I'm getting red in the face. All right. So, I used to game a lot, and I still chat with some of the gamers, and so occasionally I stop in some of the other game channels, right? And just to say hi. I don't game anymore. In fact, I just sold all my cool stuff for Flight Sim. And there's a fella in there. I don't talk to him that often, but, you know, he's an older fella. Yeah, no, what did you start? So, this fucking guy, right, we're talking about, like, my YouTube channel and YouTube channels, whatever, and so, you know, when you look at a thumbnail, you'll see a timestamp It's usually like a digital kind of black thing with letters, whatever, numbers, and you'll see it in the lower right-hand side. And it'll tell you about how long the video is, right? How long the video is. He goes, when I need to do something and I need to know something, I look at a video, and if it's 5 minutes or over, right, I won't watch it. I said, is that right? You won't watch that? He goes, no, if it's 5 minutes, it's got to be like 5 minutes or less, otherwise. That's a how-to, right? I won't watch it. So I didn't say it, but I'm thinking to myself, you dumbass, because let's see if I can get this to come out the right way without really insulting everybody. So first of all, the guy that's showing you, you don't know something, right? There's many times when I don't know something, and I go to YouTube to see a little bit more information on it. Now, if I want to know the valve lash of a particular motor, for example, or the spark plug gap, I don't want to see a 20-minute, hour-long video on spark plug gaps. However, if I don't know how to do a proper lash on an engine, and I've never really done it, a 5-minute video is not going to tell you that which you don't know and haven't got an effing clue, is it? Right? So the guy that's showing you, he spent a career, a lifetime, the bulk of his adult life trying to learn all this stuff. And you, the dude that thinks you don't even know what you don't know, is going to put a time limit. You don't even know what to do. You don't know how to do it, and you're going to put a fucking time limit on how long it should take to teach you? You dumb idiot. It could take you days, weeks, years to learn. Oh, I know, 5 minutes. Okay. Like I said, I've done it a million times, and so sometimes I forget what lash it is, or maybe it's a weird motor. That should take a couple of minutes to know what the lash is. I don't need to know all of the steps. But if you need to know all of the steps, it's going to take more than 5 minutes. And how would this guy even know how long it should take? He doesn't even know what to do in the first place. So the guy that doesn't know what to do is putting the determination of how long it should be to learn and to know what to do. What a dumb thing. What a dumb, illogical way of thinking. And if you're not willing to put more than 5 minutes in, I'm not willing to teach you. So remain ignorant. And when you screw up your engine, or you screw something up, and then you got to come back to looking around YouTube to figure out what's going on, I don't even think these people will even know what's wrong with their level of thinking. I have spent most of my life fooling with these things, trying to understand them better, and I still don't know stuff. And I'm not going to put a time limit on something, saying to myself, well, I should know this within 5 minutes. How the hell do I know if it's going to take 5 minutes enough for me to learn this? So it's just a dumb... What it is it's entertainment, not information. Anything that's like a short video, it's like saying, drink this water. Because I do. There's no information about what's in the water, where it comes from. There's nothing. It's just entertainment. And I think people have just become to the point where they've gotten so numb and so dumbed down that they don't even know what they don't know, and they really don't want to know it anyway. So they really just want something to just, jerk their time for a little while and pretend. That's fine. You can do videos like that. You can do like OnlyFans, and you can go like that, and, you could do something like that. You could be entertaining at the same time if you want to try to be a comedian and have some fun. But if you really want to learn how to do something, it's going to take however long it takes to learn it. However long it takes you to learn it. You know how many times like I'm doing video editing or something, and I'm sitting there with the guy that's telling me, and I have to rewind. I'm like, what the hell did he say? What was that again? If I had put a 5-minute time limit on like how to edit a video, particular aspect, I wouldn't know anything. I'd give up. I'd be frustrated, like I am now. Right? Have you all read in the face? And these are the same people that get frustrated and don't want to fucking do shit because they don't know how, and they don't want to learn how to do it. So there's my rant. Uh-oh. Joey, you started me up. Let's see what Joey says. All right, hold on. I got to put my glasses on. All right, because, I don't know how to see. And it should only take me a minute to learn. Okay, I had a few comments like that. I suggested that they drink decaf and read a manual. Yeah, I like that. if they had any smarts, they could just fast forward to what they want or need. Yeah. So some of the videos that are longer, I'll put chapters in. I actually do that occasionally. I should do it more often, but I am trying for a shorter video. Some of my videos are a half hour. I've been trying for 20-minuters. I did one recently the other day, and I got another one coming out soon. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, right? They're okay. They can be fun for some things. But for something like I'm doing with... If I want to show you how to, like, adjust points on an engine, and I actually have that. I'm going to show that in a minute. I got some good shots. And it's not just adjusting points. It's what I do to the points themselves so that when you're done adjusting them, it's not going to go blammo on you. The points have to be clean. You're going to want to file them. There is a wick on there that lubricates the camshaft. You need to clean that area because if it hasn't been cleaned in a long time, it's just going to have dirt and filth in there, and that's going to ruin it. So I got some good shots on that, and that's probably just the points alone is like 10 minutes. Just that one aspect of this whole project. Like this project, if I put it all back to back, it'd probably be like a 2-hour video. Yeah, that's it. Could bring me in live on this chat. I wish I could. Yeah, that's something I wanted to mention too. I was talking to Zippo, and he's like, well, why don't you use StreamYard? And I will. I'll look into that. The paid package for StreamYard is better, but I don't have any money, so I'm not doing that. I'm going to do a test with a friend of mine if I have a chance this week. So what I usually do is, you see I got the multiple monitors, right? I'm using OBS. I have the Blackmagic switcher here for the cameras. It also is for my microphone input, right? So the microphone comes through the camera, so it's synced to the video so that I don't have any sync issues. And then inside the ATEM is a full audio mixer with filters and stuff. So I'm actually running a filter right now. I can have the fan running or the heater running, and if I tweak it right, you'll never know. You'll never hear it, especially with this microphone. So that all goes into OBS, and then I can run lower thirds if I want. I have my other little intros and outros. I can desktop share, so that's how you're seeing stuff on my desktop. I can pull a video feed through a file. What's up, Brett? And what I want to try to do is take StreamYard. Now, there's other software. There's another one I'm playing around with. I want to take StreamYard and see if I can connect it, actually get it connected to OBS. The other software that I'm looking at kind of does this same thing. It says, Joey says, I never did one on my own. Is that YouTube have a way to do this without all the rest? No, there isn't a way. Only if you can go live from your phone, your laptop, your computer on YouTube without all of this, but you'll have no control over the audio, over your headphones, you can't add any additional media in, right? Because I'm putting in different media and different cameras. So by connecting a different third-party software, I can have somebody like you, I can broadcast a link through the chat. You can click on the link. When you go to click on the link, any link that I would use for any program, what it would do is it would ask you to download an app to your phone, or when you click on that link, it will bring up your camera on your phone, and then you'll have to say yes to allow it to use your mic, to use your camera, etc. They all require this. Every single one would require this. And then it would send that feed of you, for example, back to me, and then I could bring you up as a separate media source, and I could bring you into OBS over here, and I could actually split a screen or set it to full screen. There's a lot of stuff I could do. And then I could talk to somebody. The way a lot of the guys do it Mick and others and Ken and some of the other guys, they just use StreamYard and they do Hollywood Squares. But notice they don't really do any media sharing. Mick does a little bit. He'll put up some pictures for his, like when he does a show, he used to do like a what is this question thing, and you get to win prizes. So this is easier for me to do it this way. It's more complex, but it allows me to do a lot more if I want to do it with a live show. I can run, you know, pre-recordeds. The other piece of software I'm looking at is basically the same thing, but it's just simpler. Send a link out. You click on if somebody wants to click on the link. I can bring them in and do one at a time. I don't really want to do a Hollywood Square. First of all, they do it, so I don't want to copy that, number one. Number two, I'm not going to be very good at it because I don't do it. And they already do it. So why? I see this with a bunch of channels. They like reproduce what the next person is doing, and it's like it gets watered down a little bit until somebody finally breaks and tries to do something else. And either you do something else and you fail, or you do something else and you succeed. But why should I just keep like rewashing the same clothes? So that's how I want to do it. Joey Z says, I just have this laptop. You have a command set. You're right. But with your laptop, right, if I sent you one of these links, you could click on the link. It would enable your screen, your mic, and your video camera on the laptop. And then I could take that whole thing and I could bring it into the show. And then we would see you whenever you want to be seen, or I want you to be seen. And I'd rather do like one person or two people at a time. When you see a bunch of people up, there's usually one guy sitting around, you know, he's sitting there, right? And he's picking his nails, and he's picking his nose, and he's eating something, and you know, he's like left out, right? I mean, it's cool that he's there, but he's not doing anything. He's sitting over there like this. You know, that's fine. It gets boring. I want to bring somebody in and have them like where we can bounce stuff off, and I can introduce them and talk with them a little bit, and then we can talk about something that I pre-schedule on the show. Or I can bring somebody in spontaneously and go, all right, let's bring this person in right now. And then I can decide and I can bring them in. And they get the attention along with me. And then when they don't want to do it anymore, they can just hang up. You know? So that I see it going that way rather than trying to reproduce something it's already being done and those people are going to be better at it. You know, that's just my take. Let's see. Brett says, decided what I'm going to do for my snowblower video. Compare it to a new Craftsman side by... Ooh, that... Yeah, do that. Yeah, definitely, Joe. I will reach out to you. Is your... Let's see. I know I have somewhere I have your... I know I subscribe to you. I don't even know who I subscribe to anymore. I think... What do I have? Probably around 2,000 people I've had subscribed to. Right? That, you know... that I like to watch. I forget them after a while. I have to like go through the whole damn thing and go like, oh, this person, I haven't seen this person do anything in a while. Forget about YouTube's notifications. You think out of those 2,000 people, do you think I get like 2,000 notifications of when they go release a video and do something? No. I'm lucky if I get a notification. I've enabled that on every channel that I want to watch, and I almost never get notifications from YouTube. You guys get notifications like generally as a rule? Yeah, right? There's no snow here. Right? If I got to sell some of these machines, otherwise I'm in trouble. I need the cash. It's freezing out, though. It is like... It got a little bit warmer tonight and some of today because the wind finally started to die down. It was bad. It was blowing stuff all over the place. So, it was bad. But, yeah, so that's my rant until somebody fires me up about something else. That wasn't too bad, right? It wasn't like a bad rant. No, it wasn't really that bad. Because I'm tired. I'm running out of rant energy, you know. But, you know, Wayne gave me an idea to do, you know, kind of like a short video. Not a really short video, but, you know, like 15 minutes or so. My old Toro 826 is a is kind of, the nickname is a barrel snowblower. And I think I've mentioned to you, let's see, yeah, it was like -5 here. I think Boston was like -35. I want to do a quickie on the old Toro, like my old Toro 826, what they call a barrel snowblower, because it's got that big barrel in the front. And his suggestion was, a lot of guys forget about these machines. And I think in part because they don't know what's in that barrel. And what's in that barrel, those machines, they don't have any kind of, it's a mechanism in there that stops the auger if something gets caught in it. So like where the scraper blade is, the scraper blade comes down, and if something gets caught in it, the whole mechanism gets pulled backwards and disengages the auger. There's no shear pins. There's nothing to break. It does it all automatic. And that would have been an expensive feature back in the day. I don't know if they make any machines like that anymore. I just don't know. But they're very good machines. They're very heavy. They're built very well. Yeah, Brett, mine's a tank. It's an effing tank. So I think I did, what, 2 videos? Maybe 3 videos on that last year. And they're just starting to gain speed. I think this ARIENS, that when I'm done with it, however many videos there are, it'll be like that. There's a company, I just put a video out on that big snow thrower for the Simplicity Sunstar. And after 2 years, they're just starting to get some motion. Because they're not popular. They're long format for people that are interested in just that kind of thing. And there's millions and millions of people out there like us that like this stuff. But there's already guys that have done what I've done 10 years ago, to some degree, right? Started 10 years ago. And they have 50,000 views, 500,000 views, right? They have all the views. And the people that watch them, if there's a new video coming out, they'll watch it. But a lot of that stuff is kind of like done. It's not that it's done forever. It's that it's the excitement of that, the newness of it, the new people that came out started doing it. That's been going on for a while. And then somebody like me comes along, and it's really hard to get any traction in that. That doesn't, my channel's almost 1 million views. It's getting there. It's not a non-channel, and I'm very thankful for all you guys that watch and comment and are here tonight. We got, what, 3 people here tonight? 4 people? It's a light day. Light evening. But, overall, right, my channel has definitely gotten to a point where it's a channel. It's just a small channel, and it's going to be this creep. And the past couple of months, it just tanked. You can't reach a young group doing what I'm doing. It's not possible. Typically, the age group for what I do is about 60 to 70 years of age. It ranges between 40 and 70. And part of the reason for that is typically with small engines, you're talking about people that own homes. And by the way, as we move forward into the future, there's going to be far less youngins owning homes. They're over here, they're $500,000. I bought mine for a little over 100. The taxes in my area range between $9,000 and $15,000 a year just for taxes. So, and then on top of that, everything is going electric. And it's not going to happen. The young people are not interested in this stuff. Very few of them. Probably the ones that live more in the South or Midwest or something like that. A handful of them. Most people in the area that I came from, in the county over, they don't even have garages over there. It's so expensive they converted all the garages into apartments for people they don't even know. So the neighborhood is full of people that nobody knows anybody, just like here. Nobody knows anybody. So the changes in the landscape of the United States is completely different. And young people, there are a couple of guys that through my daughter's boyfriend, some of those guys occasionally stop in my channel, but they game. You know, they go and build fake believe stuff in a game, and when they come out of that game and go into the real world, there's nothing for them to do. And they don't really know how. And see, Brett says, I'm 55 and I've messed with small engines for 33 years, but it's hard doing some stuff being legally blind. Yeah, I hear you. I hear that. I know what that's like. When I came back from the hospital, I went DKA twice with diabetes, and I almost died. And I couldn't see. For a long time, I could not see. I wound up getting 20/20 vision back, but you know, I am older. But I need glasses to properly see certain things. So I have to put either these or the other ones on, and especially as it gets late in the day, and then I can see things better. But a lot of the vision came back. I couldn't see anything. Everything was a blur. Couldn't focus on anything. Yeah, it sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. But I just kept working anyway. Well, I had to. I'm not going to give up. So, but it's hard. A lot of the young fellas, you know, I was always working on stuff. I think generally it's people that are a little older that from what people write me and tell me thank you, right? Thanks for doing this series or whatever, Arch. And what little bit they tell me is that they're on the cusp of doing something to their machine, whatever it is, whatever level they're at, and that they just need a push to get over. Either a push to inspire them to start, a push to get over like a point where like you've been working on a noodle and something for a while. For those of you that have been doing stuff for a while, you know, like you might get to a point you're like, I don't know if I want to do that. Maybe I'll just bring it in. Well, it's guys like me that push you over the edge a little bit and say, all right, here, try doing it this way. Or an inspiration. Joey says, 3 days without glasses, it's a no-go for me. Yeah. Yeah, I do it more often now. One of the things I heard years ago is that what happens to some of us is your eyes muscles get tired and you have to force them to work hard again. So if you take your glasses off for a while, it depends upon what level of vision you have, obviously. But for me, what I notice is if I put my glasses on, I can't walk around because I have no peripheral vision. And I wind up banging into something or tripping into something, and then it's dangerous. And as a diabetic, you don't want to hurt yourself like that. Just in general, you don't want to do that, especially as an older person. So I take them off and I force myself to look at stuff. But right now, I'm tired. I've been doing that all day, and I need my glasses. When I want to focus in on something, either I hang these glasses around my neck, or I'll use them as well as like to cover my eyes when I'm doing something to protect them, or I'll shove these on, and I got to get back to the eye doctor because I need a new script. But yeah, I do a lot of stuff by feel. Working on cars and shit, you can't see a lot of what you do, and you got to stick your hand in somewhere, and you just got to feel around. You take a good look at it, and then you feel around, and you know what you're doing, and you imagine it in your mind's eye, and then you go and you do. So, yeah, I don't know. Getting younger people, I think that's like really young. That's more for cars and cool things like that they see and they're fascinated with. You know, I used to do a lot of car work. I'll put out a live video or something on some of the cool cars. My last car that won 3 trophies. I'm definitely way more into cars, but I can't do them anymore. They're too expensive and they're too heavy and they're too complicated. And this shop, it's big, but it's not really set up for cars. It's big for small engines. It's not big for cars or trucks. My buddy Mikey's into trucks. He doesn't always turn all the wrenches, though. He does a lot, and he also works on these machines, but there are certain things where he'll pay people to do. But he's a little rare. Him and his friends are a little bit rare. But they don't think of small engines as a place to learn about mechanics in general. Engines, machines. See, Joe says, been trying to get better at welding. Big problem for me is wearing glasses under the hood. Yeah, I have the same thing. I was watching somebody about a year ago, and they were talking about welding tips and stuff, and they're like, you really need to get your glasses on, especially for TIG. And the problem I have is my welding helmet isn't that good. It's automatic. It's supposed to be a decent helmet, but it's auto darkening, and it just doesn't protect my eyes enough, right? I can tell, like, you put the helmet down and you're like, oh, that is just way too bright. It's going to damage my eyes. So I have another set of welding glasses. They're just glasses that you would use, you know, like underneath a welding helmet, or sometimes you can use it when you're working with your torch, you know, to cut the glare and reduce the light brightness. I'll put those on underneath, and that's fine. But at some point, I can't always see the weld exactly the way I want to see it. And you can't have two pairs of glasses and a welding helmet. That's crazy. So I know what you're saying. I need to get a better welding helmet, but that's money, right, for a decent one. And this one was like, it was cheap, but it should at least be better than it is. I mean, it's for MIG welding. I want to get a TIG. I want to get a plasma cutter and a TIG. You know, I love MIG welding with gas, but it's nothing like TIG, because you can go in there and you can drop some dimes down, and you can do aluminum, you can do, you know, stainless, you can do steel, mild steel, like, you know, like you're an artisan. It takes practice, but, you know, I had a big one. My buddy Scotty gave me this gigantic one. I made him take it back. It was so big, so heavy, and like I really didn't have any place to put it. It was huge. It was just huge. And I was like, it's just too much. I can't even move it around. Let's see, Brett says, what does Brett say? See, now, to read this little print, right, on here, you can see, like, you can barely see it, but it's over here. Right, it's tiny. So Brett says, some kid had the nerve to tell me lawnmower repair is for geezers. I told him it's not. If you know how to do it, will save you money not having to pay a dealership for simple repair. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. It's for geezers. Yeah, well, we're a geezer, and when you're like 40 or 50 years of age, you're a geezer. You're an old geezer, like my old dog. And they don't own homes, like I said earlier. They don't have a home to maintenance, and they haven't run into this problem enough. And in many cases, like where I came from, nowadays, there's not even enough lawn to really bother to cut with anything other than an electric lawnmower. Like a lot of the properties today that you pick up, these properties are so small that a decent electric lawnmower is probably going to suffice. An electric blower, an electric weed whacker, and they're going to be unhappy when the batteries burn out and they can't get a replacement, or they go look at the prices for a replacement. So they don't see it the same way. A lot of young people today don't even want to own cars. It's not just that they can't afford them because they're ridiculously priced. They don't want the responsibility, because then they have to take care of it. They have to pay for it. So the world is totally changing. When you get a little bit more into rural areas, or areas that are less suburbia, it's a little bit of a different mindset. You know, people are a little bit more used to doing things for themselves, or maybe they have a little bit more property to take care of. Let's see. He says, Joey says, been using, let's see if I can get this right. Flux core. What's HF? What's HF flux core? HF flux core 125 for a couple of years, and then finally a Lincoln 225 stick, plasma cutter, or oxygen acetylene torch on the wish list. Yeah, I have the acetylene. I have the acetylene torch, and I have the oxyacetylene torch, which is, it's a plasma cutter. It's a welder. It's a cutter. It's it's like everything you could want. That's what they just used to use years ago. So if you get really good with it, you could do a lot. The problem is you need a whole bunch of different tips, and you got to watch the heat, and it takes practice. A big stick welder, I had one and I gave it to my buddy, and I probably should have kept it, because it is really useful, especially for heavier steel. You know, there's a lot you can do with it. And a plasma cutter, I mean, you know, your oxyacetylene will do it, but it's just neat and clean with a plasma, and you could just, you know. Yeah, that's why I bought one. I bought the oxyacetylene. It's a small kit. I used it. I think those of you that were watching last week, watching me fooling around, the only way I could get the damn auger out of that barrel so I could get at the transmission to steal that $120 gear, I had to have some kind of a cutter, like an oxyacetylene cutter. So that's one of those tools that's like a must-have. It's like a basic kit. And I think a lot of the youngins, what they don't understand is it's not just fixing lawnmowers and doing tune-ups. It's trying to get good with all of the really important basic skills of mechanical skills, not necessarily manufacturing skills, but fabrication and repair. Nice. Yeah, good. So you got an acetylene. Yeah, that's why I use mine a lot. So Brett says Lincoln Ranger 8 welder generator. Oh, nice, with the Command 20. Yes, yeah, that's a professional machine you can take out on the road and make money with, for sure. Yeah, that's nice to have, and that's why I say the youngins that don't understand. This is how I started. Then I went into aircraft. Actually, no, I started with this. I went into automotive. I did a lot of my own car work. I used to take cars apart just to see how they were put together. A lot of them. That was like a hobby. And then I wound up working on cars. And then I wound up working on F-14s and other stuff for Grumman. And then I wound up working in HVAC. I worked for a machine fabrication shop for a little while. And we made the machines that grind. They grind the shapes of the lenses to fit into eyewear. And so we made those machines. A bunch of Greeks. They were really nice people. I really should have stayed there and not gone to Grumman, honestly. Who knows, Grumman would leave Long Island, you know, but that's the story of my life. Every time I got into a field, I was the buggy whip maker. I was the last buggy whip maker. And then it would be exported to China, and then it would leave Long Island, it would leave the country, and I'd be out of a job. So I don't own that, but we had them for rent back when I worked at the tool. Yes. You know, working at the tool rental, too, is another decent job. And you could become a mechanic or a yard guy, and you start to get used to all the stuff that's there. Kids don't want to do this work anymore. They'd rather work at Walmart on the cashier line. I don't understand. I have a friend of mine that actually works there, and there was a young guy that works with him. The guy wants to learn how to be a welder, and he got a job at the shipyard in Alabama, and he quit the job to go back to Walmart. He didn't like the job, and he was like, "You're an idiot. You should have stayed there. They would have allowed you to take courses and do all of this stuff," because he was young and he started at the bottom and he didn't want to do that. So he went back to Walmart, and now he's like, "Oh, I want to go back into it." You know, he's like, the dude's like, "You're an idiot. You were right there. If you just stuck it out, they would have taken care of you, and in time you would have learned whatever you wanted to learn, and they would have paid for your schooling." I don't get it. Let's see. President, wish I was still there. All the equipment had to go through me before going back out on the rental floor. Yup. Yeah. Yeah, somebody's got to take care of all that stuff. And you got to know what you're doing. There used to be a place around the corner. There was a girl that worked there. I think she like semi-retired from the place. But back in the days when before stuff was on computer, it was on microfiche. That's when she started. She's like around my age. Yeah, decent looking woman. She worked there forever, and she was really good. Like there were two people that worked there, and I would wait for her, not just because she was cute. That was one reason, but the other reason was if I wanted a part, she knew what she was looking at, and she knew what to get, and she knew how to get it if they didn't have it. And the other guy that's there now is not very good. He just isn't. So that's not anything against him. He just isn't that good. And I want the part that I need. And then if I was looking for something that was like, we don't really know what this is, she'd figure it out. She knew what she was doing. Yeah, you got to take pride. Absolutely. If you can take pride in what you're doing, but to take pride in it, you have to start somewhere and learn how to be better at what you're doing. Then, you know, you have to get good at it and have some confidence, and that takes time. And I think a lot of the youngins, they just don't want to be bothered. You know, when I was gaming, I met a lot of young people through gaming, and what I found is that the young people that are gaming are the ones that, a lot of them, not all of them, but it's a generalized statement, but a lot of them, they just don't know what else to do with their time. And the thing I have against gaming is this. I'll go into a quick rant. The problem with gaming for a young man is it hits all of the bullet points. It hits the sense of accomplishment. It hits the fear, the terror. It hits the adrenaline. It hits the aggression. It hits the sense of accomplishment is that you won something, or you lost something, or you made something, or, you know, all of those things that for a young man they should be out there in the world getting for themselves and experiencing. They're getting it very quickly in a game. The reward, right? All of that, the visual stimulus, the physical type stimulus, which is all up here in their head, and it's happening very quick. And as soon as they're done with the game, there's no real accomplishment to show for it. It's in a digital world that doesn't exist in the real world, and it's not translatable. It just isn't. Unless you are like a shooter fighter guy, and maybe you'll go into the military and you'll be the guy pressing a button somewhere. I don't know what else to say. There's nothing in the real world that you can take from a gaming world if somebody's going to hire you for. It's a bullshit place to be in for a young person. And they spend hours and hours and hours. And then there's the socialization. They're hanging out with people that they can't see, that they don't really know, and they're mind fucking with each other and jerking each other around. And then they walk away from that, and as soon as the digital world gets shut off, it's like an addiction. They need to do it again. And there's nothing in the real world that transposes to. So they get into the real world, and they're shot. There's like nothing that they can do that they feel confident in it, because they've expended all that energy, gotten all those rewards, had all that stimulus, and it doesn't amount to anything in the real world. And they should be getting that from the real world. End of story. And they spend a lot of time doing this. Sure, go ahead. He says, I'd love to mention a young kid who was willing to learn. So who is it? Is that what you're saying? And then Joe says, for anybody that's listening and can't read the chat, let's see, Joe says, my first engine back in 1960 was a non-working mini bike. Yeah, my tools were a screwdriver, channel locks, and a ratchet. I think 4 sockets. Yep, that's how I was. Yep. Some do not have anyone to teach them or to get them going, so it's all in the game, like you said. Yeah. Yeah. So I didn't really have a lot of people around me. When I first started playing with one of my first mini bikes, my older friend Arthur, but he was like at an age where he didn't want to be bothered back in those days. So once in a while he would show me something, but he was too busy running around with chicks and stuff, and I was just like a little kid. My parents weren't into it. My father didn't really know anything. He tried to make like a go-kart out of wood one time, and he did okay. He got a set of plans and a hammer and a saw. But when I remember one day my father tried to change the tire on my bike, and he got really pissed off and ran in the house. And when he came back out, I had it finished. And he was like, what the hell did you do? How did you do that? I'm like, well, I watched what you were trying to do, that you ran in the house and gave up on, and then I just did it, and I finished it. I saw what you were trying to do. So nobody really was like doing that kind of stuff when I was growing up. And kids that had mini bikes, the carburetor would be hanging off and gas would be pissing out, and there would be a broken throttle cable, and they'd be leaning behind and trying to, you know, run the throttle. I was one of the few people that could actually fix a throttle cable and rig it up with a brake lever or something. And then I started doing more and more of it. Started with lawnmowers, taking them apart, fooling around with them. And somebody won a KZ, I think it was a Kawasaki 85 or 75 cc mini bike, 3-speed, automatic. And they won it on WABC AM radio giveaway. You know, it's like one of the stations that you would listen to, like the Mets on and stuff, and the Yankees. And they won it, and I remember they wrecked the bike. It absolutely destroyed it. And I managed to get my hands on it years later. And they were like, when I took the transmission case off, in the clutch there was like pretzels and shit. They were drinking, and they ruined the bike. One guy broke his collarbone. I fixed the whole bike up. I eventually sold it for $300. Got everything working again. The only thing I couldn't get working was the oil injector. So I said, well, the heck with the oil injector. We'll just mix fuel and put it in the tank. You know, I don't need an oil injector. So I got the book on it, and then I started getting into go-karts and other stuff and bigger bikes and then cars. So I just started right away, and I was just always doing it. Yeah, good. You get your grandson. Anybody that you can nab for 20 minutes here or 10 minutes there, just to kind of pique their interest a little bit. You know? I remember my daughter had this boyfriend that he wanted to be a welder. And at the time I was working on a Volkswagen, and I was welding a lot on that. And not one freaking time did that kid ever come out to see what I was doing with the welder or to ask me a question about welding. When I was younger, I would have killed for somebody like that, because anybody that was in the neighborhood that was working on a car and the hood was up, I would ride my bike over and pester them and look. And I remember one of my neighbors had an old Volvo, and it had 3 carburetors on it, 3 single barrel carburetors, and he couldn't get it running right. And my brother had basically given me some tools that he wasn't using as he was traveling around, bumming around. And it had, what do they call those things? It's like a bubble and a sight glass, and you put it over a carburetor. It's a stoichiometric something around, I forget the name of it. But you use it to balance carburetors. And there was one in there, and I was like, I think I know how to fix this. And I went and got the thing. I laid it on each carburetor, and I adjusted each carburetor until they all had about the same reading. And we got in the car and went driving around, and he was like, how did you know how to do that? I must have been 11 or 12, maybe, right? You know, it's just, I was interested. They would be pulling plugs out of a car, or another neighbor would be fooling around with it, and I'd be like, what are you doing? Why would you do that? What's wrong with it? You know, but they never really chased me away, so I was always interested in it. Always. And then I read books. My father eventually got me a whole library of books on, like, science and invention. And, I was always reading stuff. It just says, whatever... Oh, the glasses. I gotta keep I can't keep these glasses on. Yep. See, Brett says, so did I, Arch. Joey says, whatever was being worked on, I was the kid there asking me. Yes, I'm asking a million annoying questions. Absolutely. Yep. And you have to have an interest. I couldn't get enough of it. And I was playing with those remember the little Cox-powered airplanes, right, with the gas, the nitro engines, and we had like the dune buggy and all this other stuff, and we'd be playing with that until I almost cut my finger off a few times. I made a hovercraft, and it worked like shit, but who cares? We had fun making it. And my friend would always be flying those planes until he crashed it at the backstop of the baseball diamond, and he had a Stuka. And it flew into a million pieces. And I'm like, you're walking backwards. Don't do it. Don't do it. Yeah. He couldn't figure it out. Yeah, so it was fun. I think the games The problem with the games is that it takes that interest and it puts it into a fake world that nothing ever comes of it. And you could be the best gamer in the world and it doesn't mean anything. I was talking to one fella, the channel that I was in, this fella comes in and he's going off about these pirates and these people are idiots and they don't know what to do. And he took this stuff so seriously. And I'm listening to this and I didn't say it, but I'm thinking to myself, brother, you're valuing way too deep into this. Like, this is too important to you. Why don't you just walk away, go out and get a life? Get a girlfriend. No, that'd be the worst thing somebody like that could do. So, yeah, tree trimmer. Yeah, those things are awesome. You know, blowing out, belching smoke. So, if I was around like tractors and stuff, it would be the same thing, except I'd be into tractors. I'd be someplace, that's what I want to do. I want to move someplace where I can collect old cars, collect old tractors, and collect old lawn equipment. And new stuff, too. You know. Like here, I have a little bit of room here, but it's still not enough for what I really want to do. I had 5 cars back there and the lawnmowers, and I had to clear them out. I couldn't afford them. I didn't know what I was going to do with them, and they were taking up a lot of room. And there's only so much I can do because my back isn't that good with diabetes and everything. I have to focus my energies on one thing for a little while and then take a break. I can't work late at night like I used to. You know, I can't do that anymore. So I have to focus. And then I can get something done. And I can enjoy it. But multiple projects at once, forget it. Especially cars, because they take a long time. It's years. The last car that I sold took me 25 years to build. Yeah, instant finger amputation. Yeah. So, you know, it's not, you know, gaming is fine if you want to do it every now and then to have fun and socialize a little bit and, you know, get rid of some of the frustrations or whatever and just enjoy yourself. But, you know, like on Steam, you can see it'll give you the number of hours that's an individual has played. So if you're friends with them, you can see their stats. And some of these kids are like, they have 30 hours in a week. That's like a job. Like, you could just go work another job and have money and put it away for the future or something. And, you know, I used to work multiple jobs. I didn't sit around and game and just play my guitar and hang out and smoke pot and go to bars and chase chicks. I did that, but I did everything else and I worked. That was it. No, you don't. My wife passed... Oh, I can't read again. Let's see. No, you don't. My wife passed the law. No new collection until I sell 2. Yeah. Yeah, that's reasonable because you get to a point. It's like, if you have a lot of property, like I said to my friend Kurf, right? He's another gaming friend, right? He's older than me. He's a retired lawyer. He can game whenever he wants now, right? He's got plenty of money. It's not an issue. It's a different story. I was telling him, like, I want to move someplace, because he lives in North Carolina. I'm like, I want to move someplace to where, like, when somebody comes over, right, and they're like, Arch, you got one of them whatchamacallit things? I'm like, yeah, I got one of them. And they're like, well, where is it? Well, you got to go get it. It's a little way off. Well, where? I want to be able to say, all right, well, go across the field, and you see the tree line over there? The tree line, right? Go over to where the tree line is, go in the ways, and you're going to come to this big rock, and then you'll see it from there. It's to your right. It's over in that area. Tree line. That's what I'm going to be able to say. I'm going to be able to say it's over there across the field in the tree line. Yep. Let's see. Rhett says, heck, I used to collect vintage hand dryers. Ones you don't see. Oh, not the electric ones where you push the button and it goes. That's cool. Right, let's see. This is, I hate to admit it, but she's right. I have passed the tree line. Yeah. I have one of those old roll-up ones hanging over there. Old vintage one. They still sell the paper towel that goes in it, but it's expensive. The paper towel is expensive. and you crank it, and it's one of them white things, and I have that. It's over by the degreaser thing over there. I just don't use it because I don't buy that paper towel. I'm like, I'm not going to throw it out, but a buddy of mine gave it to me. I think it's cool. They were in all the schools and the gas stations. You hear the sound of it. You just spin out, right? Just zip the thing over, and I can't throw it out. I mean, I guess eventually I will. But... Oh, really? Porcelain. Wow. Hey, Dale. What's up? Let's see what Dale says. He says, have you come across the base model John Deere mower decks breaking at the right side lift brackets? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't make any videos on it, but it's the same as the Husqvarna. And I did a Husky. I had a John Deere and 2 Huskies, and there was something wrong with the John Deere, and I like threw it out, and I grabbed its bracket, and then I grabbed another bracket for another Husky, and I think I just wound up making one Husky work, and it was really nice. And you're talking about the one with the nice rear bag and the big chute. Turned out the bag was for the John Deere was a little bit different than the Husky. Some scumbags, scumbag, hit it, bag. Scumbag. They break. You wouldn't think that they would, but they do. Yep. Yeah. The one that I had, I was like, I'll just steal the bracket. I could have welded it, but of the 3 machines, it was, to me, especially at the end of the season, when I was looking to part a few things, and I was looking to, wand my scrap guy. I was putting together like a whole bunch of scrap for Juan. And I was like, all right, we're not going to fix this. There's like other things wrong with these other machines, and I don't want to be bothered. You peel off what I want, get the brackets. I have 1 extra bracket out of that deal, so usually 1 breaks. And that was all I cared about, and a couple other things, and I just let it all go. Yeah, they break. Yep. Yeah, isn't that weird? It looks like it's a pretty decent bracket. I think people are really roughhousing with these things. Sometimes people are really rough with machines. They bang them into stuff. Maybe they run over with the car or something. I don't know. They tend to break. So I just want to queue up one more thing here. I'm looking for. I wanted to show you guys the points. Yeah, I think this is a view. Now, there's not a lot of engines left with points. So, it just isn't. I just wanted to show you this. Let's see, display capture. So, like, this is the kind of thing where even of us old fellas, you're not going to be doing points all that much. No, it's not made that strong anymore. I'll turn that up a little bit. I'll just breeze through this. So this might be a separate video. Yeah, that's better. And there's a felt pad. And I go over cleaning all of this. See, look at all the junk I'm getting out. See? You have to consider that this stuff is old. So what I show is putting a little bit more effort into going over these things, making them not just adjusted, but like serviced. See, I'm actually showing here, after I file it, I'm cleaning off the contacts so that there's no grease on them, because the grease will cause a problem. Any grease or oil on those points will make them, screw up. So I'm going to put together, this is a separate thing. how nice this thing is. Look, there's a burr inside the port. Let me see. Think. Yeah, I'm trying to get the shot, but it's hard. So there's casting flash in here, and it's blocking the ports. So I'm porting it. And I have different tools for doing that because I've actually CC'd and ported and polished heads. Quite a number of times. Usually automotive on like aluminum heads. And there's the results. Oh, what's up, Doc? Yeah, well, we're just hanging out. Nothing really good going on tonight. We're just chatting with each other. See how nice? It's all ported a little bit and polished out. There's no burrs in there. There's no casting flash. Yeah, and I sanded down the heads a little bit, so it'll have a little bit more pressure. I'm getting 125 PSI out of this motor. It started off with like 24 PSI. So it's getting there. Everything is coming nice. You did miss a rant. I did have a rant earlier. Joey Z, or Joe Z, he started me up and he fired me up, and I went to a little bit of a rant. Couple of like micro rants, not like anything big. But, all right, let's see. Let's spin it. Did I spin it? Oh, what? Did I spin it? Yeah. All right, hold on. So it had 24 PSI when I started. And from massaging it and going over it, we now have 124 PSI. So, and it looks cool, and it should run. I'm going to find out tomorrow. Let me come back to me. So, you know, this is one of those, Brett says, Tecumsehs are notorious for burning exhaust valves. Oh, are they? I didn't know that. Why do they do that? Is there something wrong with them that makes them do that? I mean, I've been lucky. I haven't had one with a burned exhaust valve. Is it all of them, or is it just the smaller motors or the older ones? But this was fun. I'm not going to make a damn bit of money. I'm wasting 2-3 days of my life doing this. But this is the hobby part of what I do. It's an old 1960s ARIENS snowblower that's in beautiful shape. The paint is shot, but there's nothing wrong with the machine. There's not a bearing issue. There's nothing wrong with it. It's old and it needs to be cleaned up. And the motor died. And I showed that earlier, how bad that motor was. Scores on, you know, two ends of the compass, right? 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock. Something got in there and killed it. So I happen to have another motor that I can kind of, you know, put together. Just a floor. I see most of it on the 4 and 5 horsepower engines. Really, that's what I'm working with. Great. Yeah. The little guys. The 5, I have more of the 5 horsepowers, like the newer ones. And I've gone through a bunch of those, and now I think I have 3. I have 1 complete that's ready to go, just in case I need it for something. And then I got 1 outside that I just picked up from Mikey. By the way, Mikey is one of the young people. He tells me that his brother is like what I was talking about. He's not like that. Him and his friends are not like that. Mike doesn't even know anything about computers. He uses his phone. He doesn't care about gaming. And he's learned a lot about mechanics and about cool stuff. and it's costly. You know, it's expensive, but you know his parents have some money, and he's not really paying to live. He now has a really good job, and he works really hard on top of that, doing all of his other projects that he does for money. Sells cars, fixes them up, you know, works on the lawnmowers, just does whatever. He does clean outs, he runs junk into the junkyard, and he plays hard. So he's totally not like a lot of young people today. He just isn't. He's more old school. Some of it might come from his family. His father was into some old cars and stuff. I don't know how much they actually work on things in their off time anymore, but it could be some of it's in his blood. I know when I hang out with him, he's into all this old stuff, so it's rare. So, you know, that's why I like hanging around him, because he's into all of this stuff. And he has a really good attitude towards it. And he makes his mistakes, and I keep telling him, don't worry about it. Like, mistakes, screwing up, it's not a problem. When we first started doing a lot of this stuff together, what I would do is when he would screw up, which is going to happen, and I would tell him, you're going to fuck up. You're going to screw up. I can't make you whole, but I can ease your pain. So he would get stuck with something. He'd run it past me, and he'd be honest about it, and I would tell him, it's all right, you know, I'm going to find a way to kind of help you out, and then I would take some of it off his hands and ease the pain, and I would tell him, I can't make you whole, you got to eat the mistake. But if you remember, let me remind you, you just won on something else way more than you lost on this thing here, and that's just part of the game. Like, until you get like really good at something, you're going to make mistakes, and even then, as long as at the end of the year or a week or whatever, you're ahead, you're learning. So, you know, one of the things about being young is there's a little bit of an insecurity as to when you screw up. So I'm careful with him in that regard. You know, I don't beat him up. Every now and then I read him a little bit of the Riot Act, you know, a little bit about life and what's going on, and then I leave it, you know, because I'm older and you're supposed to do that. I was around a lot of older people, and they would do that to me every now and then. But they were also very helpful with all the other stuff, so it's good to have. Let's see what Brett says. Brett says, my opinion is that they use those on equipment where a larger engine would be better. As a result, they overheat, and people fail to keep the cooling fins clean. Yeah, that's another reason why I clean these engines, and I tell people that all the time. Some guy was arguing with me because I had said, I think it was in one of the Honda videos that I did with the best damn mower on the planet, and I said, what's really good about these Honda engines is it's 3 bolts on the top, nuts on studs, and you take the whole top off, and you can clean the engine, and it's really important to do that because it beats up the oil. The oil gets beat, right, so it doesn't lubricate as well, and it doesn't cool as well. And he starts on me as I'm just a tinkerer, I don't know what the hell I'm doing, the oil is not, it's not oil-cooled engine. I said, I never said it was an oil-cooled engine. It helps cool the engine because the oil is the transfer medium between the things that are getting hot and the outside through the case, right? There's hot areas where the engine is making heat, and that oil is able to carry it away, even the heat out in the engine, and then expel it. And the only place it doesn't do that is the engine head, because there's no place for the oil to get up to the engine head where it's finned, right? And you got to clean that. So I recommended doing this like every year. Take the damn top off and run the hose over it and clean it up a little bit and put it back. How hard is that? And maybe do an oil change, and your engine and your machine will last like almost forever. And the guy's giving me a hard time. You know? I'm like, no. Let's see, Brett says, the 824 two-stage snowblower should use no less than an engine. Yeah, I would agree. And I think I mentioned this in one of the last videos, is I had bought, from when Sears was around the corner, I bought a 24-inch snowblower from Sears, the Sears outlet. Decent machine, had the 5.5 horsepower at the Cummy. I was never happy with it, ever. It was, especially for like Long Island snow, wet and gushy and mushy, and then frozen, and then powdery, and then wet in different layers, and then hard and chunky. it just wouldn't lift it and throw it consistently. It didn't have the power, and it ran hard. And once I started using 8 and 10 horsepower engines, I was like, I'm never going back. Sell this thing. And I haven't gone back. And now I have the 826. So, and I have the 2 machines. I have the snow arsenal. I have what Liz and I call it, the SAV, the snow assault vehicles. Yeah, they bog. Yeah. You know, that's what I'm a little bit worried about this thing. It's only got the 4.5 horsepower engine. And the auger is pretty big. Yeah, let me show you the auger on this thing. I'll find it. Hold on. Let's kill this. Let's kill this and go back to... I'm looking at it, and I was thinking I showed a little bit about that, about putting a bigger engine on. Do I have it? I don't know if I have a close-up view of it. Yeah, this one might get close. It's not as close as I'd like. Hold on. Because I don't have all my shots, like, set up. But we'll just use this one. I'll take another shot. Now that you guys are saying this, I'm going to add this into this video. Yeah, it's not a great shot, but it is what it is for the sake of now. We can kind of see it. All right, so I forget what size this is, but look at how the auger completely fills the can. It's not wide. And, you know, wait a minute. Where is that? Hold on. Yeah, look at that. But I think I know where it is. I think I remember going over this. Yeah, hold on. I do remember doing something like this. Where I was talking about this. Where is that? What would I have done with it? Maybe it's here? Let's see. That's it there. Is it this one? Maybe it's here. Oh, wow. Where is it? No, I don't know what I did with it. I remember talking about it. Well, those are the other motors. Yeah, I remember talking into the camera and saying, look at the size of this, blah, blah, blah. It's huge. Oh, well, I don't remember now. I could have sworn that... Anyway, that's the point. Is this it here, you think, maybe? No. Is that this one? Yeah. But it's big. Anyway. I know I recorded it. It could just be that I'm not organized because I've just been throwing the recordings into different things. That Gilson has perfectly proportioned engine horsepower. Yeah, that's important. The Gilson. Yeah. That's how my 826 is. Shut that off. I'll find it eventually. I want to put that in the video because I was showing how the augers are really tall. They fill up the whole bucket. And there's 2 grease fittings per. And they're not that wide. And there's 2 grease fittings. And it's got a nice transmission on it. I would have thought that I had it here. I'm still kind of looking for it. Because I know I took that footage. ARIENS old snowblower. This is... A6K. It might be one of these. Oh yeah, here it is. I got it. Oh, yeah, I got it. I found it. So this is what you're saying, guys. Now, that's why I was thinking of a bigger motor. Yeah, here we go. Hold on. I'll be right there. I think I got a little bit more on that. So there's features on these old machines that you just don't see. I think this is where I did. I'll just go through this. Yeah, that it had like no pressure. Let's see. Yeah, I knew I had it somewhere. It's a small machine, but it's built so well. All right, that was the motor that's the motor I'm working with. Let's see. Yeah, that was it. That was what I wanted to show you. Let me catch up with you guys. Hold on. Good opportunity for me to go take a leak. You know, you gotta go when you gotta go. All right, let me catch up. Let's see, you guys are talking about the Gilsonite. The Snow Joe battery operated. No, I have no idea what that is. That may have a lower gear ratio for the auger, thus increased torque to the auger. I'm thinking about grabbing one, just have a small driveway, then one cord, it works perfect. Yeah. Yeah, the problem with anything electric in the cold is it's cold. Batteries don't do well when they get cold. Yeah, just think about like your car battery, right? All of them are like that. They don't have the power output. So that's the one main issue you're going to run into. It says they were built when things were made to last. Yeah, and so this snowblower is from the 60s. It's as old as me. It's 1 year newer than I am. And look at how fresh and new I am. Old broken bones and messed up, right? You know, life has tried to kill me like 3 times now. And thanks, you know, to the Lord above and emergency medicine, you know, I'm still here. But, you know, that's why I'm taking care of this thing. And this is part of like the passion for the hobby, because I'm not going to make a dime on this. If anything, I should be working on stuff so I can pay my bills so I don't lose the shop. But no, what am I doing? I'm married to this thing for a couple of days because I need a break. And that's another reason why I like to do videos that nobody watches. You know, except for us idiots, right? Because we like this stuff, right? Well, because I want to play with the people that like this stuff. I want to hang out and chill out and make stuff because I like it. And I want to see you guys' cool stuff. And that's what I like to watch. I think how-tos are awesome. And I have a bunch of how-tos. I have a few videos that have over 100,000 views. Why, I don't know. Like, I have videos on ignition coils that have well over 100,000 views. You know, honestly, I really don't know what people like. I'm not really doing this. It's not that I'm not doing it for money, but pretty much most of the things I ever did for a living, I enjoy doing. And at some point I've done for myself personally. Woodworking, building things, houses, wood, metal, really doesn't matter. There's the hobby part. And then there's the money part, right? So you got to earn a living. You got to make money. So some of YouTube is for that. But like I'm going to release a couple of, you know, shorter videos. And I just did one on a HIPAA carburetor as a promo because they've been good to me. And I'm going to return the favor because there's no money in it. It's the fact that they help out the channel. And part of the deal is to help them out. Some of the videos are how-to videos for people to learn how to do something for me to inspire them. But some of the videos are just me working on stuff I like to work on. And I don't really care if they don't get any views. You know, they don't have to get 20, 30,000 views. I don't need them to do that. If I don't do videos like that, I'll lose my sanity. I'll lose my interest in doing all the video work and shooting all of this stuff and putting it out there. I generally like to come on and talk to you guys just to hang out with you. You know, there's no money in doing a live show for what we do here with this kind of thing. That you'd have to have a lot of people watching your show to make any money doing a live show. So it's not even to really even promote the channel per se. It's to hang out and enjoy and it's part of the hobby. Fortunately, right? You know, we get to do some stuff like this. You know, not everybody has a hobby that you can hang out on YouTube. Although nowadays, you know, I think it's getting a little bit better in that regard, right? There's a lot more people doing, like, for example, you could, you know, if you're into sewing, just to, you know, some kind of weird needlepoint work or something. I bet you there's somebody out there that you could hang out with and chat and ask questions and stuff on a live show or whatever. Because YouTube's been out for a long time. So it's not just about money. It's also about sharing with other people and hanging out and enjoying what you're doing. And, you know, some things are like, I think now the popular things are like homesteading, old tractors, old cars, old diesel, anything diesel, big earth moving machines, rescuing old Diesel Earth. Like, I watch Diesel Creek, and he makes a lot of money, and he spends almost every dime of it. And almost everything he does nowadays is all based around the YouTube channel, but he really likes doing it. So he gets a lot of views. He makes a good buck from it, and then he goes and buys some old machine for anywhere between $5,000 and $20-something thousand or more, and then it's on his channel, and then he might get that money back, and then he'll go and find another one or upgrade it, something he's got, and work on it or whatever, and it's like a self-perpetuating madness and a descent into madness of diesel, old diesel horror, and he loves every second of it. And of course, it's that love that he has is why I watch it and why so many people watch it. But he's been doing it a long time. So I think that's part of it, is you look to do the thing that you like. If you can make money at it, great. If I just sat and did how-to videos, I think it would make me nuts. Let's see, Brett says, Zombie Moa says, hey, Arch, winding down from a birthday party. What's up, KCB? With the Zombie Moas over there. That's a cool name, isn't it, fellas? Brett says, I don't know how to do vids myself. I'd rather show a machine, do a walk around and discussion, start up a demo, and my thoughts and opinions to someone looking for. That is a video. That's you. I know guys that do their entire show, including what little bit of editing, on an iPhone. My other hobby is cameras. I just don't have the money for all of this stuff. Or the time, right? When I was in high school, I took a lot of courses when I was young. A lot of courses and a lot of things. And for 2 years, I took AV, audio visual communications. And we did everything from film to TV studio. I ran my own little TV show, my own news program. It just... In those days, getting a job doing that meant being in bumfuck Yukistan for like 5 years of your life, after 4 years of college and a lot of money spent and working for some news show somewhere. I just didn't want to do that. And you couldn't really do it on your own because the equipment was too expensive and it took too long. How to do vids. What do you mean you don't know how to do vids? What do you mean by... What you're talking about is a video. It's a type of a video. It's a walk around, a show off, a comparison. You don't know how to do like the editing and everything. Is that what you say, Brett? Let's see. It's like I'm in a delay. So what? Let me refresh this page. Let's see. Is this one? So I'm like in more time with you guys because there is this delay. Let's see. Oh, okay. On repairing, yeah. Yeah, but you don't have to. Right? It's like I said, I don't want to do like a Hollywood Squares live stream. Right? You don't have to. Right? You do the thing that you know how to do, and then when you have a change of heart and you need to learn, then you learn, and then you experiment, and the worst that'll happen is you'll fail. I mean, I stopped playing around with cameras because at some point it was expensive and the film took forever, and then when I started to get into video cameras, it was still it wasn't digital yet, so you had to record the stuff onto a tape and then you had to spool the tape in real time. So if you recorded 2 hours worth of stuff, you had to run the video recorder into your computer for 2 hours. And in those days, the computers were unstable. And when I would do it, you had to close the file. So if you had a 2-hour video and at an hour and 59 minutes, it glitched, the file would not close out and you had to do it all over again. And then you had to edit it. And it was like not practical. It just took too much time, and I was too busy doing other things. So I was like, I'm not going to do videos. I made some videos, but I didn't. I was like, I'm not doing YouTube. And it just started back then. Yes. Yeah. Yep. That's all you need. Yeah. And KCB says, editing and working with the computer. And Brett says, you've seen my videos. All I use, that's all you need. Right? I like to add more stuff in because that's, for me, that's part of the hobby. Is trying to come up with different camera angles and using the different cameras, and then what can I do in editing? Can I put a show together? Can I make it a little bit more interesting? Just to see, it's part of the hobby part for me. And some of my first videos are not that good. They just aren't. They just suck. The lighting is terrible. I have the light in the wrong spot. I have the camera in the wrong spot. The audio is all over the place. I'm jerking the camera around. You know, it's all about learning and about what your capability is and about how you feel you want to do it. And if you're watching what you're doing, I've seen they made when the iPhone, was it the iPhone 12 or whatever? I think it was that one. Some videographer made a movie with just the iPhone. For the most part, it was almost all iPhone. And of course, he's a videographer and he's used to making films. And so he understands cameras and he understands shooting. But what he wanted to demonstrate was that you could do really good professional work if you work within the capabilities of the thing that you're holding in your hand. And it came out really good. Now, of course, like I said, he's got all the other experience on top of it, so he knows what to do. But having a really good phone with a good camera on it, in most cases, is all you need. I still use my little one somewhere. I use it for certain shots. In fact, the earlier when I was showing the shots of the cylinder wall, my better camera had a hard time getting a proper shot out of it because of the lighting and the angle. So I went to the camera that's on my Samsung phone, and it has the light right next to the lens, and it just does a really good job of getting those close-up shots. And I can't think of ever really, I always turn to that little thing, or a lot of the wash segments I do are all on this thing. Where is it? Put it over here. I have two of these. I have one that's better, actually. It's got a two-core processor in it. Right? It's just as simple. I have it set up on a mount. I don't know if this one's any better. It's just set up on a mount. The light is right next to the lens. And I have a better one. It has more resolution. And technically, it's better. Technically, spec-wise, it's a better piece. But I found that this one works better. For a number of reasons. It looks good. I don't know how to explain it. I've put the two of them up against each other. I would run one for a little while, try the other one, put them together at the same time. The cheaper one is better, or less technically good. Is just, I find it's better, and it has a nice case. I can get it wet and I can just wipe it off. I can get grease on it and filth on it. I just wipe it off. I've dropped it. I just pick it up and wipe it off. You know? Let's see, let me catch up. So Brett says, I try to incorporate transitions between clips and basic titling. Yeah, that's great. Joe says, I just bought a Canon Rebel 7. No, that's a good cam. The only thing with some of those is that some of them can't record for very long. I think I had a Canon M50 and I got rid of it because it's set to stop recording it at 29.7 minutes. And that has to do with the export taxes to Europe. So I got frustrated with that and I got rid of it. And I bought these. The one that you're looking at me through right now is a A6400. Sony A6400. And I would recommend that camera. It just doesn't have any really good stabilization. The one lens that I have, this lens over here, this lens you can't see, but you can kind of see the camera up over there. That's the 6400, and I swapped lenses to a different lens that has a different field of view. The cheaper camera's over here, and it has the better lens on it right now. And that lens is just better at stabilization because it's physically bigger, and it has a carriage in it that stabilizes the lens. Because it's physically better, it works better. But they're never as stable as using a gimbal or like a GoPro. But GoPro's issues are, if you look at how dark it is in here, and I only have lights on me, but everywhere else it's dark, a GoPro would not be able to do this. They're really made for being outside. They have very small sensors. They can't capture a lot of light. I want a GoPro because it has great stabilization. If I want to hold it in my hand or attach it to a tractor or a lawnmower or something cool like that, it'll work. It'll do it. These can't do that. They'll bounce all over the place. But they get really good images, especially when, I want to zoom in. Like the other camera, right? Because of the lens, I can either do this digitally or I can do it optically. By the way, I had that Nova. See how tight I can get in? So I can keep the camera really far away from my work, which is nice. If I'm welding, I can't tell you how many guys have said, oh, I ruined my camera welding. Of course you did, because it's hot flying metal hits the glass and ruins the glass. I could zoom in on something, weld in on that, that little thing there, and I've got the camera way back out of harm's way. All right. And the other nice thing about that too is that's an expensive camera. So if it's out of my way when I'm working on something and I just want to catch an overview shot, and then maybe this one is a little bit closer, right? But the one that's further away, if I'm moving around a lot or stuff is flying, it's not going to hit the camera, and I'm not going to hit the camera when I'm walking around because I get frantic and I move quick, and I have big reach because I'm a fairly tall person. I'm not going to hit the camera and knock it over and lose $2,000. It's far away. So that's why I like that shooting style. But then it requires to have another camera or cameras to get into the other shots for the filler or the B-roll. That's the problem. These, okay, in order to get the shot, you always have to have them close to the work. That's a different way of filming. There's nothing wrong with it. If you want to do that, you can. It's just a different way of presenting the same thing. Yeah, see? And you're going to have spots on the lens. And once you get it on the lens, it's going to be there forever. You need another lens. You ruin your lens. Yeah, once you learn it takes a little while. Yep. I study it. I actually, because I took this in school, I actually, to this day, right, more so now that I've been doing the YouTube, I watch shows on cinematography. I watch shows on directors and producers and stuff. I watch, what they do, how they have their style, how do they develop it, why do they shoot this way, what film do they use, even technical stuff. Like, if you remember back to, some of the old films, right, why are some films dark? Why are some films look a certain way? I like to study that shit because I just enjoy it. And can you make a lawnmower show utilizing some of that? Yeah, a little bit of it you can, sure. Absolutely. You can introduce some aspects of filming in that way, but it depends if your audience will allow you to do that or not. If you can figure out how to do it, then you can put it in there. And believe me, I actually use some of those techniques. They're very subtle. Like one of the techniques I'll use that's used today is, let's see, Joyce says, I haven't used it yet to make a video. I have to check that time out. I did a video short, not online, notice bad, and notice, yes, it's gonna have very bad stabilization. And so here's the tip. Be a really good cameraman. And I'm not good at that. I'm shaky, I'm nervous, I drink too much coffee, I move too fast. All of that is bad for a camera because I'm like all over the place. And I've learned to slow that roll. Put them on stands whenever I can. When I pick it up, I have to be mindful. When I go to move the camera, there's actually a formula for how fast you should move a camera in terms of panning, right? There's a formula. It's based upon the frame rate. I forget what it is because I always forget stuff like that, but it's based upon the frame rate. If you exceed the frame rate, you'll make it look jerky. Just even if you're stable, you'll make it look jerky because you're going faster than the frames can be caught and it will get staccato. If you slow it down, and there is a general rule of thumb is that, let's say you're moving to the right, for every so many meters or feet, right, you should take a certain amount of time. I like to think of it as like the 10-second rule. If I'm going to just move from here to there, it should take about 10 to 15 seconds. That's a long time. So if you're not sure, just when you go to move the camera, just remember that the person that's looking through the camera is not looking through your eyes. The camera is not like your eyes. It can't focus properly and it can't run at that speed. So you have to just move all of your movements just really, really slow. And you'll get, even without stabilization, you'll get good footage. So I still occasionally forget that. All right, the other thing I'll do is, let's see, do I have it here? Yeah. Now, this is a pan and a push. This is what they call a pan, a push, and a roll. And let me show you. All right, now, I'm running this in 60 frames. And because I know I'm running it in 60 frames, when I go to show you guys this, I'm going to slow it to half speed, which would feel like normal speed, but it will change the way this moves. Now my problem is I'm walking, which is a problem because I don't walk well because I have an injured back. So you're going to see that footsteps. But when I slow it down, it won't have as much of that. And then if I see a bump, I'll probably cut that part out. In other words, when it gets to a point where there's a little glitch, I'll probably cut that out. I might stop it and only show you. I might not show you that whole pan and push. The push is moving in. Okay, it's what's known as dollying in. If I had it on a dolly, it would be really smooth, but it's dollying in. And then I did a pan and a roll around. And I probably won't show all of that. I'll cut it into little pieces, and it might end up being half of what you see. And it's going to get slowed down to, the camera's running at 60 frames per second. I'm going to change it to 30 frames in the edit, and that'll remove a lot of that weird movement because it's going to drop those frames and get rid of them. And so it'll be much, much smoother. And that's another technique you can do. Just, it's that simple. But you have to think to do it. And you have to know how to do it. And it's not hard. It's just another thing to learn. So, what's the 3 Ps? Let me learn something here. Spell it out. The 3 Ps. Push, what is it? Tell me what the 3 Ps are. So I could learn something. Linear editing. Yep. Yeah, that's how I learn. Right? When I was in school, that's what we did on the special effects generators and stuff. That's how you edited. Yep. And I did a lot of audio editing, and of course I was into rock bands and all that, so I worked on mixing boards, and I know a lot about audio because not only did I play, but I also did work for bands as well, hooking up all the stuff. Again, like I like everything. Message retracted. What does that mean? Is it like, is it too dirty for YouTube? So it's fun stuff. You know, it gets a little tedious, but you can use all these different techniques appropriately in any kind of show you want to do. Think about a commercial. What's tisk tisk? Is it tisk tisk? I remember I did this thing here. Where is it? So this has a whole bunch of... Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it's on my channel. Hold on. Let me go find it. All right. I tried to do something with a few little tweaks in it. Where is it? I'll find it. Hold on. God, I put out a lot of videos. I think it was a thank you for 2,000 subs. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. All right, let me, I should shut this off. You know what? All right, hold on. There it goes. There it goes. All right, this is something stupid I did, but I used a bunch of little tricks, cheesy tricks in this. Sharp cuts. All right, splash. Notice sharp cuts. No fades. Notice they're all sharp cuts, and I keep coming from a different angle. Which I don't usually do that. See the birds? Little political comment. That went a little too long, that segment. But that's how you learn. But I'm ad-libbing. I didn't write this. Another shot. Another angle. You got no audio, Doc? You should hear it. Oh, did I not have it on? Oh, I'm sorry, fellas. See, because I'm tired, right? I'm just going to go through the elements of it. All right? I'll do it again. I'm bad tonight. Can you hear it? I don't think I can. Can you hear it? I don't hear it. Hold on. I don't think it's coming through. This happened once before. I don't know why that is. The other ones had audio. I can see it. I can't see it on my... Yeah, I'm not seeing it on my thing. Let me see if I can find it. Open sound settings. Let's see. Because you want to listen to me go on and on and on and on.
Now I can't hear buttons and everything on it, like they make those phones for old people.
Yeah, there it goes.
Hey everyone, Uncle Arch here with, well, Arch's Garage. And I'm here today to inspire you guys to, well, shamelessly I want to plug myself and get you guys to watch yet another useless episode of Arch's Garage.
Oh, I think
now a lot of you guys are probably saying, oh, come on, Arch, don't be that hard on yourself. And to which I say, well, a little pain never hurt anyone. Now, I know a lot of you guys come here because you want to listen to me go on and on and on and on, flapping my gums about some useless technical jargon that mostly doesn't really make it sound
I don't know what it is. I
gotta
gotta
really kind of confuses the issue. And, well, I'm glad you guys came for that. But really, we here at Arch's Garage, or I should say me here at Arch's Garage, because it's really just me. Right, my purpose here is to bring you guys some of the choice stuff that's out there, some of the most useless stuff you'll probably ever find on the planet, and try to restore it. We take victims, I mean, examples of some of the best that America had to offer. Examples now you might ask, some of the... Be thinking to yourself, but Arch, where do you get all this stuff from? Well, the truth is, well, some of it, people just throw it out. But I'm going to let you guys in on a little secret. Right? Shh. Don't tell anybody, right? Because one of the most amazing things that goes on here at Arch's Garage, I should say Arch's homestead, really, and compound, is that you take some of this stuff and we plant it here, out in the garden, and it just grows. So a lot of this stuff just multiplies. It comes from, well, Arch's garden. So this show should really be more about Arch's gardening and homesteading. Bringing you guys some of the best and choice USDA grade, old school stuff made right here in the USA, grown right here in the, what was the USA. Now, yes, it's true that I do use some parts that are made in China, and generally speaking, these are, as far as I can tell, reputable manufacturers, of which I get to sort of parlay their stuff into, well, these these fine machines and pass them off, I mean, sell them off as, well, like new, mostly running and fairly reliable fine pieces of equipment. Now, a lot of you guys, well, probably one or two of you guys might be thinking and asking yourself, well, Arch, how is it you know how to do all of this stuff? And the truth is, fellas, I don't know. I really don't know. I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. So you might be saying, which I doubt, but you guys might be saying, you might be thinking to yourself, but Arch, why do you do it? Well, fellas, money. And guys, the real reason, of course, is that I enjoy doing this. And they say that if you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life. And you'll also probably never have any money either. So with that, fellas, I want to say thanks to everybody out there that's been watching Arch's Garage. And for those of you that have not signed up and don't comment and don't hit the like button, well, the only thing I can say to you guys is shame on you. I'm over here. Can you guys see me? Anyway, I just want to say thank you to everybody that has liked and subscribed and comments and leaves messages and hits like buttons and everything. And for those of you that haven't, please do. We're trying to build a channel together, and also a shout out to everybody out there that, my sponsors that some of you guys have seen, and I hope to get some more and bring you guys some, cool content that.
So yeah, the idea.
I have to do a few new ones.
I think that was the whole thing
that I did years ago.
Let me go back to here. So the idea of that, what I was trying to do, I changed headsets. Unfortunately, there isn't a good way to monitor the show output both video-wise and audio-wise, with simple equipment, by the way. That's one of the problems. Like, there is equipment to do it, but there's more money involved in it. And so if you want to watch and hear the show output that's going out to the internet in my real time, right, that requires some particular equipment. You could take a laptop, a second, machine, and what you would be hearing and watching is a delayed version, and of course that's confusing. Let me turn this off here because it's going to echo. All right. So it takes a bit of work. But anyway, the point I was making with this is I wanted to do something to say thank you to everybody. And I think it was 3,000 subs, 666,000 views, right? That was a little while ago. And notice that what I was doing is I wanted to see, all right, one of the techniques you can use is sharp cuts, no transitions, and keep moving at different angles. So I kept setting up the camera around the shop. And on certain points when I wanted to emphasize something, I just do what's known as a digital punch-in. It's like zooming in, except you do it in the editor, and the only way that really works is with a high definition camera, because keep in mind that the camera is actually far away from me, but that camera can record, the other camera can record in 4K, which means it can grab a lot more of the video signal. And when I go to punch in, digitally punching in, as if not an optical zoom or a digital zoom, it's a digital punch in edit. And the only way to do that is you have to have very high resolution. Otherwise, it'll look soft and fuzzy and like somebody put Vaseline on the front of the lens. It might be pixelated or whatever. I can't do that on the cheaper camera running in 1080p. So right now the show is in 1080p. So if I want to record something even with the better camera, like a lot of stuff I shoot now is actually recorded through this software, same setup, except instead of going live, I'm going to a hard drive on the computer. Everything's wired, everything's tethered, and that's another thing that you can't do with this. And on my big 27-inch monitors, including there's another monitor over there, which aims at my desk, and it also aims at the work table, and it aims at the lift table. And so I can, instead of looking at the back of a tiny little screen on the back of a camera, I can look at a 27-inch monitor or 30-inch monitor, and I can see what the hell I'm shooting. And that has helped me a lot. Although the resolution is not as high because it's in 1080p, because I can't do 4K, because it's too expensive to live show or to record this way through these kinds of cameras in 4K, tethered. On their own, to a file, it's different. But it's improving what I'm doing because I can see the shot right off the bat. I can walk over to the screen and look close at it and go, is it overexposed? Is it underexposed? Do I need more light? Do I need to change a camera setting? Is it in focus? Am I getting what I want? Is there something else in the way? And you can't see it through something like this, especially us fellas that are getting a little older. All right, so that's another reason why I'm using the equipment that I have, because it's less stress. It's easier for me to incorporate it into a workflow and feel like I'm getting a good shot. Occasionally, I actually have tried working live and recording it and showing it live, but that's difficult to do because a lot of this stuff takes a while to actually fix and clean and do, and you can't really do it live because you're moving around, you have to go get tools, you're fumbling with something, it doesn't work right away. You can't be as productive in a show like this trying to actually work and do it live. I have done a couple of them just to see what it was like, and I will do a few more, but I'm going to have to pick what it is that I want to do. So when you're putting a show together, it can be just as simple as something like this, or it can be a little bit more complex, and you're bringing just more elements in to show the people that are watching what you're doing. And sometimes you think it might make it a little bit harder, but in the long run it doesn't. It actually makes it a little bit easier. And I gotta tell you, not having to look at a little tiny screen on a camera, it's a big difference. especially with focusing. Because one of the problems you have with a machine is, and you're aiming at something, and I want to show you this car, and there's something else in front of it. The cheaper cameras will only focus on the thing that's closest to it. And you think that you can see both, and you think that the camera can see the car, which is further away, but this thing is in front, and it will try to focus on this thing. And it might be over here. It might be just within the field of view, the focusing field of view. And you kind of think that you've got the car centered in the screen, and turns out you don't, right? You have everything except for you're not realizing that the camera's focusing on this, and it's making this blurry. Some of the better cameras have ways of getting around that. My one camera does have a way of getting around that. I can poke on the screen and tell it, I can limit the number of boxes that it focuses on, and I can say, put the box over this camera and stay on this. And I have to set it to do that. And if anything else comes in its view, it'll try to ignore it. But you have to know that your camera can do that. You have to buy a camera that can do that, and then you have to know to do that, and then you have to know how to set it up, and then you have to know to do it again, right? You're going to remind yourself to do that. With a bigger screen, I can go over and look at it and go, yeah, some of the newer ones can. Yep, some of the newer iPhones can do that. They've gotten a lot better. That's why I say some of these can do a really good job. The only difference really is that even if they have multiple cameras, they don't have glass. There's no... This camera over here it's all glass. Right? It's all glass. Let me show you this lens. The one that you're looking through doesn't have a lot. Generally don't like taking the lens off when the camera's on, but right? So what, with whatever lens is on an iPhone, and this is not a big lens. All right, it's not. By lens standards. Let me see if I can put this on in the dark. I don't like leaving it off. Hold on. Yeah, I got it. Let's just check it. Yeah, she's fine. So, but again, like I said, I can put that lens on something and zoom in and get what I want and keep the camera out of the way. All right. I'm rocking a 14 Pro Max and haven't tried it yet for YouTube. Yeah, definitely. You should try it out. I'm not saying that that's the be-all to end-all. It's just another tool in the toolkit. And that's another reason why I want more cameras, because it's just another tool in the toolkit to bring something to bear so I can get the shot. I think the ultimate thing is content has a lot to do in YouTube with getting the shot for what we do. You want to show somebody what you're doing, and how do you get the shot? Right? Some of the videos I was playing earlier, I mentioned that I'm showing you the raw footage. When I go to sit down to edit, the camera that's looking from the side is the better camera. And even though it's not going to always be the shot that I want, when I want it, I have two different shots in one. Because the camera is taking things in very high resolution, I have the opening shot, right? The initial presentation shot where it's further away, and then I can digitally zoom in and I can show you a close-up shot. In the industry, they call that the establishing shot. So it's like this shot right here versus this shot. And this one has a little bit of a zoom on it. And that's zoomed in. And it's dark because it's dark in here, so you can't even really make out what's in front of it. It's also not a very good lens. So that's an optical zoom. So in the industry, what they tend to do is when you go from one scene to another, the next scene, right? The first part of the next scene might be looking at something, and it might be people or whatever, and they'll have it zoomed out, and because that's what they call the establishing shot. And the purpose for that is so that the viewer can see where you are in space and time. Are you on a street? Is the person in a cafe? Where, you know, where are they? And then the next shot right away might be a close-up shot, and now you see somebody talking, and then the next person is talking. I actually do that in my videos, right? A lot of times when I go through a transition, you'll see that. You'll see, I might say to you guys, all right, guys, I'll be back. Let me finish this up. And then I'll fade to black, and I might even have a little spot for a commercial. I try to lay it out that way, and it might be a little quick transition. And then when you come back in again to the next shot, you might see the whole machine or the whole engine, and then you'll see me point to something, and as soon as I go to point to something, it punches in, and now you're right on the engine or right on the part I'm working on. So I have my establishing shot, my baseline, you know where you are in space and time, you can see what I'm about to talk about, and then as I point to it, I remember to point to it, and that's when I know to cut in and get in tight. And you start to train yourself to do this stuff because that's what the professionals do, because there's a good reason for doing it that way. And I do a lot of my shots like that. A lot of my segments are set up like that. Let's see what Brett says. I need a mount, yeah. An amount that can hold my phone, so I would, yeah, like this. So this one is set up for a standard mount. See? And what I like about this one, so this has a standard shoe. I don't have a lot of light on in here, so it's a standard shoe. But what I like about this is this thumb screw on the top. All right, you just loosen up the thumb screw, and the phone comes right off. And I like this better than the sprung load ones, because sometimes with the spring loads, you're fighting with it to try to get it on or off, and you can screw up the position of the phone, right? The mount, what you're looking at, and then you got to readjust and everything. Whereas this, it's always in the same spot, and that's how easy it is for me to set it up. Now, whether it's on, if I want to put it back on the stand, right? I got my mount, I can just put it right on the stand and I'm good to go. I want to take it off of this, I could just take it off of this bracket and leave this part on the stand. And now I can grab it and by hand and move it around. So I have a lot of different ways of doing it. And the other thing I like to do with it is that my cameras can actually use this. Oh, let me just readjust it because it's on the button. I can connect this to my cameras and also use this as a remote. So another neat feature is I could leave this on a small stand, put the camera over my shoulder or something, and then I can look at the shot on here. I can actually connect it now, I think. And then I can press record. I don't know if I can do it with this one right now. I don't remember if I still have it connected or not. Let's see if it'll grab it. Well, it's trying. It's trying to connect to my camera. I don't know if I have it enabled because it's plugged in with a wire. See something. Oh, there it is. See? Look, that's, you're actually looking at me looking at the camera right in front of us. So the camera that's looking at me is looking at the phone, and the phone sees what the camera's looking at, and I can control that camera up there from here. So let's say I want to increase the ISO. See how I made it brighter? So I have control over it from my little phone. See what's happening? We'll drop it back to about where I was. So I'm controlling the ISO. That's the brightness. And it'll come down a little bit more. I don't think you can zoom with this one. And that's just an example of like what I can do. And I can just go to full display. So that's one of the other neat little features. And I can have that here during the show. And if I feel that it's too dark or it's too bright, I don't have to get up and touch the camera because I'd have to get behind the camera to do it. And there's not a lot of room over there. So I could just leave it like this. and I'm good to go. Another thing I can do is, that tells me the settings on the camera. Right, my ISO's at 2500, which is a lot. F-stop is at 3.5, and what is that? It's set to 60 frames, which is actually a little high, but, and by the way, 60 frames versus 30 frames, things change, right? Things look better at 60 frames, but not everybody can do that. It says I have a larger version of that mount for an iPad. Yeah, get the smaller one. They're not expensive, and like I say, I like that better. I think is this a Ulanzi? I forget who this is. This is yeah, it's a Ulanzi. It's an ST03. Ulanzi ST03 is this mount. So you get to dual, and another thing too is there's a record button right here. So even though I'm not recording the show, I have a couple other options I have right now. I can record on this camera right now. So if I just want to record what we're doing just on that camera, I can start the record on this. Another thing is I can actually record what we're doing with the show completely on the computer, on the hard drive. And I record a lot of my shows now that way. I just don't go live with them. I do it. I set all the cameras up like this, and then I send all the information to the hard drive. It goes over to an SD drive and gets recorded there, and then I process it. And what's kind of neat is I can adjust this camera from sitting here. My other stand is around here somewhere. It's a little piece of crap. I got to get another one. I don't like it. It's kind of flimsy. It's not very good. It's here somewhere. But this allows me to use any type of camera stand that I want. And I think I have the other stand here somewhere. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. See, this one's a piece of junk. A lot of the cheaper ones are. It's useful. This one has a spring mount on it. And I find that it's... And I just don't like this stand. It's kind of crappy. I want to get another one that I can wrap around things. And then you got to like lift it up and shove the phone in. And now I can set this up wherever, over here, whatever. And I can control that camera. And I can also control the other camera too. I just have to sort of log out of this one. I have a better, like I said, I think I said earlier, I have a better phone than this, but it can't do what I'm doing right now. It's got better specs, but it's not as good. It's like a better phone and camera, but it's not as good. It just isn't, for a number of reasons. So it's weird. Sometimes like better isn't better. It's what works for you, for what you're doing is better. The M50 was a great little camera, but everything I went to do with it on YouTube, it didn't want to do in terms of what I wanted to do. It wouldn't do what these cameras do. It shut off after 29 minutes, which is a horror because I don't pay attention to that. It's just everything that I wanted to do with that camera, it just couldn't do for the way I wanted to do what I wanted to do. So I got rid of it. I'm much happier with these. So I think it's just kind of cool stuff. Yeah, I like the Ulanzi stuff. It's decent. You know, is it better? Probably, but this stuff is decent. I want to do a couple of videos just for us YouTubers and people that want to fool around. Yeah, it's all metal. This one here is plastic, and I don't know who makes it, but it's decent, and it has the quarter 20 on the back, so you could mount it different ways. And it's got the right angle over here with another quarter 20, so you could mount it vertical or the way I have it. And the Ulanzi, yeah, this is aluminum. It's all aluminum, and these are steel up in here. So it's got the steel rods, the steel fittings, the steel pins, the steel screws, and everything else is aluminum. So you're going to have it forever. I like forever. You know, I like things that are decent that you can have. Anyway, I was saying what I'd like to do is a couple of basic videos on like how my computer is set up, what equipment I use, some of the basic setups that I do, you know, what kind of hard drives I have, and what kind of software I have. Just for like, you know, YouTubers that are looking to maybe do something similar to what we like. It doesn't have to be, you know, lawnmowers and small engines. It could be cars or bicycles or, you know, bike conversions like Doc likes, right? He's got a bike conversion he's working with. Doesn't have to be, you know, exactly what we do. It could just be something, and you start it with a phone, and then maybe you want to upgrade to a camera and a phone. See, the nice thing is, like I said, I'm still using my phones. Occasionally I use this, but because it does this, I don't know if you can see it. See? The glare, right? I can't get it to show you without glare. See, that's the other thing I don't like about it. There's people and notifications, and they're popping up all the time because it's my main, you know, phone. I don't want that happening while I'm trying to record something or somebody calls me. This phone is connected to my network, but it's not connected, and it's connected to the internet through my network, but it's not, I don't have it as a phone, so nobody's going to call it. I can easily shut it off from the network and from the internet with a swipe. And I don't need it. Okay, it's not my daily. It's not my daily driver. So it's perfect for dedicating to stuff like this. And it has excellent battery life. So it can do whatever I need it to do for the amount of time that I'm using it. And then when I'm done, if there's something on, it has I put an extra SIM card in it. So it's not SIM card, an extra micro SD card in it. And so it's got plenty of recording room on it. And then I just empty it into my hard drives on the computer, and I erase it and charge it up, and it's ready for the next time. Yeah, this Galaxy 9, this is Galaxy something or other. I forget what it is. It's probably not any better than that. Like I said, I have another one that's better, and it doesn't work as well for what I wanted to do. So I'm happy with what it does. I think I showed you guys this shot. Let me show you this shot. Hold on. We'll go back to showing you exactly what it can do. Let me scroll down. And I had a bit of a hard time with my better cameras getting this shot. So I took out the Samsung, and I did this. Yeah. My other cameras are sometimes very useful for getting in. Look at that. That's bad. That's bad. It looks worse in person. Now I'm going to turn it around the other way. That's the other side. It's bad. Bad, bad. I think that's a good image. This up a little bit for this. All over. And then the next step is... Now, I'm not holding it really steady. And then I took this shot. I took all of these shots with this little... All right, fellas, it's cold out, but it's good enough, right? Let me give everything a rinse. That's why it's no good. First, so this is outside. And then we're going to start off. All right, another shot. All right, I don't have to worry about it getting wet. Anything that splashes on it. I stick it closer. There's another shot with it. That's fine for this here. And as is customary, right? A little super clean spot. Use these weapons, you know. But I'm not. It was cold out, and I think that's it. So I think that's excellent. Close this down. Need that. So I'm pretty happy. I mean, it does what when I need a quick thing to shoot that I'm not worried about, because the light is right next to the lens. It doesn't glare. I don't have issues like with the other cameras. They have a bit of a hard time dealing with that. And It's just, as long as I keep it steady and don't jerk it around too much, which, you know, sometimes you can't help that, okay? It just is. I know, I love that turbo nozzle, right? And that's on the cheaper wand. I have the big rigid wand for my other machine. Wait till you see this. Wait till you see the steam Jenny that I'm going to be working on. That thing's going to be killer, right? I can't wait to get to work on that. That's why I got to get done with this ARIENS here. Yeah, that bore was shot. That's what was wrong with the ARIENS. Everything else was fine. I don't know how that would have happened. I guess dirt in the oil. Remember, there's no air filters on these engines. I mean, if it's snowing, it shouldn't be sucking in dirt. But dirt in the oil, maybe? I'd say it came in through the intake. That's pretty big. Maybe they didn't change the oil enough and it seized up a little. I don't know. Maybe it's a combination of all three. It is from the 60s. So it's been around. Let's see, I can see this here. I'm going to just turn that. I like that. That's kind of neat. But I can see it on my bigger monitor. But if you don't have a bigger monitor, right, you can use your cell phone as another monitor. And that's another thing. They have applications nowadays to do almost anything you can imagine. So there's a lot of ways to shoot a YouTube show. And depending upon how deep you want to go or how much money you have, you can always grow. And imagine if you're shooting on your camera, the camera on your cell phone, and then maybe you go and you pick a different camera up another day. It doesn't have to be a great camera. If it doesn't have scratches on the lens, you can get other lenses. You could get some nice lenses used for those Canon cameras, and pop one of those on if you're not happy with seeing a spot on it. You may not even see it. And then you can add that to your footage that you take, and then when you go to sit down to edit, you got some stuff to work with. Right? You could have two cameras running at the same time, and then you can pick which footage, where you want to put it, and you'd be like, all right, this goes here, that goes there, I like this better. This one, you know, I kind of got in the way of this shot, but that one was over here at a different angle, and I didn't get in the way, I didn't realize it, so we're going to use that shot. I do that, that happens. I walk in front of the camera and I forget. And if there's another camera or I have another view or I cut it out or whatever, and I try to get rid of it so you don't see me constantly walking in front of the camera. Can't help it, you're working on something. So, oh, that light went out. Hold on, gotta fix that. That means the battery died. So that one's on a battery. Hold on. Gotta fix it. Dead battery alert. Dead battery alert. Let's see. Gonna climb up here and shove a battery in the dog. There we go. Yeah, that LED light uses, and another thing too is, like, I have these cameras are somewhat modified, so I have the option. I use Perfect Video as my editor on the iPhone. Only paid like $5 for the full version of the App Store. Yeah, these apps are awesome, and my phones, my cameras can be set up to use. This is a, I forget what the designation is. It's a Sony battery. It's for camcorders. They come in different sizes. I have bigger ones than this. 7.4 volt, 56, yeah, 5,600 milliamp hour. It's a 4-watt battery. I forget the designation of this, but this is used in Sony camcorders. And I have a few different sizes of these. They're really good batteries, so I can actually hang this battery on that camera on the outside. I could use the stock Sony batteries, or I can hang this battery on, or a bigger one, and I can shoot for almost like all day with the camera, leaving it on. Or I plug them in. I plug the cameras in here in the shop. I usually like to just plug them in and leave them on mains power, and then I could leave them on Sometimes I turn them off when I go to lunch or if I have to go out, obviously, but I don't have to worry about battery. With a battery this size, the batteries that come in these smaller cameras, though, they're no good. They're like too small. So for shooting video for, you know, more than a half hour, forget it. You're not going to get any juice out of it. You're going to be changing batteries all the time. So that's one of the problems. Modifying it and running a bigger battery, or buying a newer camera that has better batteries in it. Some of the newer, more professional cameras are really expensive, but they use better batteries, and you can shoot all day, leave the camera on. That's something to consider. It depends on how often you shoot. I shoot almost every day. I'm usually shooting something, even if I don't use it. So I have a lot of videos that I have never released. For one reason or another, I just shoot everything and I throw out a lot of stuff. It's a pain in the ass to shoot that way because you wind up with a lot of stuff. It takes up a lot of room and you have to weed through it at some point. That's what I was doing earlier. It was like looking through the dailies and just kind of like screwing around and looking to see what I shot. And then I think I've mentioned this before, is that for a lot of these bigger videos, it really doesn't matter what I think I'm going to make. It has a lot more to do with what the machine is going to tell me what it wants to do. And if I shoot enough footage, I'll be able to capture what the machine is trying to tell me. And then if I can be good enough with actually editing the video and putting a video together, I can show everybody else. That's where the art comes in, and the skill is, if it's not like a how-to, because I don't really know what's going to happen to the machine. I didn't know that this was a dead motor. I didn't know that I was going to have another motor. I didn't know how to take the two motors apart. I didn't know I was going to do any of that. I had no idea. And a lot of the projects that I do, the things that I get, I have no idea what it's really going to be. I used to go into it trying to say, well, I'm going to do a video like this for this reason, and it almost never worked out like that. And then I would wind up with a broken video, in a sense, a video without a purpose, because the purpose I had intended to set out to do wasn't the purpose that happened, and I wouldn't know how to put it together or what to do with it. I stopped thinking that way, and I just said, you know what, let me get all of the shots I can, and then I'm going to see if there's a video in this that I can put together and what kind of video that's going to be. And what I found is by changing that direction, that I'm learning how to make different videos. I don't know what they're going to be because I don't know what it is. I haven't lived through it yet. So trying to force my will on it, it's not a brand new lawnmower that I'm going to be making a video on changing a spark plug for beginners. I could do a video like that, but that's not what I come across. I don't set out to do that because I don't really set out to make videos like that for YouTube. People do. There's a whole thing to that. My friend Liz said to me, borrow one of the girls and have them change out a plug and do a 5-minute or 10-minute video on my daughter changing out a spark plug, and it'll probably hit hard on YouTube, and I probably would be pretty successful with that. Why I've never done that, I don't know, because I don't look to do videos for YouTube per se. You know, I do it differently. I do a different show. I don't know what it is until I got it in a can, and then I can figure it out. So let's see. Yeah, that is exactly the battery that's on your Handycam. Yep. I forget the designation. Yep, that's exact. It's basically the same thing. They've used this. All the professionals use batteries like this. It fits into my LED light on the back of it, so I could put all of the different size batteries. I have a smaller one and I have a much bigger one, and then they make an even bigger one. So they make a few different sizes, and this is about as much as I like to put on the back of that light, just generally speaking, because it's a plastic body. It's not a metal body LED, and it gets to be a bit too heavy for it, and I'm afraid I'm going to break it. So if I ever get a better one that's made with an aluminum body, I'll probably get the bigger battery, and that light could be on like almost all day. It also depends upon how much power that light is putting out. Right now, it's not putting out a lot, even though it's bright. I don't have it turned up that high. It's fully adjustable. It's a good work light. Like I would recommend those cheaper, you know, camera lights just for working. You know, put them on a stand. Put one on a stand. I have some of these nice little clamps. I don't have one over here. Small Rig makes them. A number of companies make them, and they're articulating clamps that have a cam action on them, and they grab onto anything. And they're really good for professionals like them because the grippers, the guys that run grip, they're always trying to mount stuff to whatever's available. It's not always a professional studio setup. When you're out there in the field, if you have to mount the camera to a tree and they tell you don't scar the tree, right, you're going to have to strap your crap to a tree. If they say you can mount it to the steel girder or that light pole or this 2x4, they're all different shapes and sizes. So the grip people figure out how to get the shot no matter what. And nowadays they sell this stuff and they sell them in different sizes and you can gain access to it. And a lot of it's not that expensive. And you know, instead of using like a C-clamp that's going to mar the surface, you can get some of these other things in there like really fast. And they were all articulated and everything. I think I have one on the stand. Do I have it on that stand? I have it on a different stand. Yeah, I got one over there. I think it's on that stand. I don't know. It's around here somewhere. It's floating around. It's dark in here, so there's all different kinds of clamps and shit that you can get for different things. And they're aluminum with 1/4 thread, and you could make up any adapter you want. Like this is on a mic stand. This is on a real stand. There's another mic stand over there that I clamp a camera to look down. Some of the stuff I use, you know, good stands for, and some of I just use whatever. I want to make one soon with a little clamp and a pole and a rod and a swivel and clamp it to the work table. And I can just take the pole and a rod and clamp it to the work table, stick a camera on it, and have it aimed down and keep the camera close, but out of my way. And I don't want a floor stand because the legs will be in my way. And if I can just clamp the thing to the table, the only bad thing about doing that is that anytime you bang the table, the work table, the camera's going to shake. So if you're not banging on something, it's another way to clamp your camera to your work table. If you're not banging, if you're banging, it's going to shake all over the place. That's going to be a shit, you know, really crappy view. So it's a lot of cool stuff you can do. It's just a matter of thinking about it and taking your time and laying out the shot. So, yeah, it's fun stuff. But eventually I'll come out with one of those videos. And, you know, I don't care if it doesn't get a lot of views. It's just going to be like showing off my stuff, some tips and tricks. Try to keep it within 30 minutes and less. Showing off the computer and just like tips and things of what you can do to, if you want to expand your gear. And it's a hobby in itself. I just sold some cool stuff I had for gaming. I used to be into DCS flight sim stuff, and I just don't use it anymore. I got like $250 for it. It was expensive shit, but I'm like, you know what? I'd rather pay bills, and I'm into different stuff. I'm not into that stuff anymore. I'm just not into it, and it's been sitting around and nobody's using it, and it's just taking up room. I'm into other stuff. You know, I used to be more into cars and everything, and now I'm more into this stuff. I want to get into the smaller tractors. I want to do that Sears tractor. It's not really a Craftsman, it's a Sears. That thing is cool. You know, I enjoy that. Where is that? Hold on, let's take a look at that before we leave. Where is all that? I think I made a folder for it, finally. Let's see, do I have it? I think I made a folder for it. Yeah, I'll probably be a little bit busy tomorrow. I don't know. I need to spend some time. Yeah, here it is. With videos. You know, fooling around with them. Going through stuff. You know, this is where I want to work on this, right? I don't really want to just do lawnmowers and everything else. I want to, fool around with this guy. I don't have to finish it all at once. And just like with the ARIENS snowblower, it's an old 60s unit. This has also got a Tecumseh in it. I think it does, yeah. Whatever, it doesn't matter to me. They're all the same. It's a 6 horsepower, so it might be a little bit bigger. You know, Tecumseh. I don't know. Like I said, it doesn't matter. And I think that's kind of, you know, it'll be fun to fool around with. I don't know what I did with the video for that. It's just a nice piece. So I'll probably get the ARIENS snowblower running tomorrow or Monday. And then if it runs well, I'll order belts for it. See, then there's my other, there's another bike back there. There's an 826 back there. That's my parts 826. So having a cache of kind of like neat old machines to work on, to put up on YouTube as the hobby for, you know, for the business. It's still associated to the business, but it's the hobby. You know, it keeps you sane. You know, you got to do something for fun. And they're useful. You know, I'll cut my lawn with that tractor when it's done. I'll sell off one of the other new ones, and I'll keep, like the snowblower, you know, I'll keep the old machine for myself, and I'll use it, and I'll enjoy it, because I've worked on it, and I know what it needs. And like with the snowblower, I'll get the motor running, and if it runs well, I'm going to throw some belts on it until they burn up. I'll buy the other belts when I get a chance. I'll put the belts on, and then eventually, probably next year, I'll repaint the body. And I'll put that on YouTube, and I'll have a 1965 ARIENS snowblower with a 4.5 horsepower Tecumseh motor on it. That's points, right? And it'll be mint, and it'll run really good. And I won't use it all the time, but, you know, I'll use it for, like, cleaning up when I don't want to, you know, bring out the big boys, and we just get a little bit of snow, and the stuff is just hanging out. I'll probably put chains on the tires, and I'll go out there every now and then, and I'll run that thing, and I'll enjoy it for what it is, having a really nice old machine that I fixed and put up on YouTube. It's something to do. And, you know, you're keeping it. It was thrown out. So it hit the scrapyard. And, you know, Mike and I intercepted it. So it didn't get to meet its maker, and it'll live on again. It's like all of my equipment is really going to be like that. It's going to be this old stuff that people threw out and got rid of, and I rescued it. And the better stuff, not really the better stuff, the newer stuff gets fixed and sold. Is it nice to have new stuff? Yeah, sure it is. Sometimes it's better in some, it might have a feature on it that you really need or whatever. But, you know, nobody really wants to buy the old stuff, and they don't really know what it is. So they see the new thing as being a better thing. It's like this thing. All right, where is it? Where's the bougie? Before I go, I finished the bougie. Is it even on here still? It's here somewhere. Here it is. Here's bougie. Let's see, down here. So the bougie's nice. But it, you know, the auger is crap. The impeller is small. The motor is nice. I mean, these newer motors are nice. It's really nothing special. It's made of thinner material. Everything is cheaper. You know? Yeah, it's not, Brad. It's like it's if you're going to buy something today and you need it for its purpose, they're okay. But new, that's well over $1,000. And it's cheaper and made crappier, and we know, I mean, we know what we're looking at. Oh, there he is. Joke on. Right up. Yeah, we'll hear it. It's blowing a little bit of smoke because I had it up on the front of the can, so it works good. I got the transmission rebuilt. That'll be another video. And that was like last week when I went through the rant. And it works fine. But it's not like my 826. Let's see. To go back to, didn't I? Yeah, here, I'll go back to, yeah, let's see, videos. Where's the 826? It's here somewhere. I go to playlists. That's not it. Forget what it's probably. Is it in its own folder? If it's not, it should be. Oh, this is the old 1970s one.
With a variety of craveable flavors, it's easy to do what's delicious.
Oh, this is just the carburetor service. Oh, damn it, commercial. What the heck is it? Back to the 826. Oh, shut up. What did I do with it? Yeah, Toro machine equipment. I think that's it.
Hey everyone, welcome to Arch's Garage.
Oh, this is where the motors came
brought
from.
to you by SuperClean.
All right. The first time I was fooling around with them. Working on the point. This one gave me a lot of problems.
So this should
it
be
had
no
a messed
contact.
up circuit on the points, and it took forever to figure out.
I don't. Hey everybody, welcome to Arch's Garage.
Here's the
A
826.
little bit more.
It's got it's got a drive mechanism on the wheels. You can clutch these tires. You can have both of them running or one or the other.
And
look at this thing; it's huge.
Flat.
Right, I was going over the clutch mechanism. That's a complicated piece of equipment.
See how that's laying there? We'll check the other angle in a minute.
And it has to be adjusted,
also
and if it's
replaced
worn, it has to be serviced, and that's what I was doing.
A lot of slop.
Now I have extra parts for it.
There's a washer from there. I'm going to start by removing
that's
that
washer.
That's
the clutch. Each wheel gets one of those.
All right, let's see. It seems to be working a little bit better.
But its own lever.
Let's exercise it. Feels nice and stiff. See, now it comes back. It still could use a little bit of a chamfer, but
that's insane.
See how if you don't pull up hard.
So I worked all that out.
See, there's very little clearance. All right.
Look at this thing.
This tire just needed the chains tightened up again. Probably the wrong chains. When you order chains, here's a tip: order them for the size of your tire. When you go to put them on, take all the air out of the tire. But also, this one ate up some chains. They wore out, so we added some pieces. So another tightening.
Built so well, but it's also complicated.
This week I'll get some welding gas, which is the clutch assembly, the wheel.
Right, this has got issues.
Well, we got to realign it.
I kind of screwed that up, and I got it screwed up.
Store and bought a whole bunch of gas, and
I think this is it when I first got it.
Everyone, welcome.
Shut up.
And whatever else we may need to.
Yeah, there was problems in here.
All right,
so now I have new parts for it.
On the belt.
Thing's huge. It will either drive through the snow, no matter how deep it is, or it will climb over it.
The belt's not
Nothing
terrible,
will stop it.
Maybe we'll just try moving that idler in a little bit more.
And it's so heavy, and with the chains, it gets traction.
It definitely moved forward quite a bit. So it's just a fixed idler, and it's still.
But it just took me a little while to figure out what was wrong with it because somebody screwed with it.
Support your kitten at every stage with Royal Canin's Kitten Growth Program.
All right, let me go back to here. But it's such a beefy thing, and it took a lot to fix it because somebody really screwed it up, and I didn't know how to fix it right away. It took me a while. I made it worse at first, and then I was able to figure it out. Now I have backup parts for it. Although it works fine, I got it working really good. I have other parts, and I want to take that other machine apart at some point. I'll put that on YouTube. I want to show some people some cool things about it. So when I go to take it apart, I'm going to highlight the parts that I think are really good. I could probably fix it and get it running, but it's bent pretty bad. An RV backed into it, and that's how I wound up with it. So it could have been fixed and turned into a working machine, is my bet. But with it being that bent, and considering I already have one, and the one that I have has got some, you know, I wouldn't call them subpar or substandard, but there's some parts on there that I had to tweak. I think it would be nice to have backup parts for it. So, yeah, Intech. Yeah. The Intech stuff is decent. That's what's on the bougie. But the problem with those is that if you leave them out, water will get into them and it'll flood the cylinder and it'll ruin the valves, and you have to cover them. You can't leave them outside because the exhaust hole is so large. It just, if it starts to rain really hard, it's going to flood the machine, flood the engine with water. That's just, I find it constantly up here. It's like the past couple of years I've been through some of these motors, and that's what seems to kill them, is water getting into them. So that's something to consider. So, all right, I'm going to head out of here. I'm going to go chill out for tonight and relax and get another hour before it gets late. Long, another one of a long, you know. But it's just, I like to just hang out with you fellas on a Saturday night and just chat and talk about some of this stuff. I think it's kind of cool, especially the stuff that's a little bit more off the beaten path, you know. And I want to say, everybody, thanks for coming. Don't forget, everybody, SuperClean contest. If you really want to be in lower 48, send me an email, and this should be down in the description. If I remember tomorrow, I'm going to put in the link in the description. I'm going to put something for the. You can go to the website, and if you want to date a Tecumseh engine, this is a whole page on how to date a Tecumseh engine. So, and when I do the video, I'm going to have it in the video as well, right? I might just make like a video on like dating Tecumseh engines and put that link in there and just have it quick. I don't know. I don't know how it's gonna pan out, because there's a lot of footage here, and if I were to try to run all the footage back to back, it'd be like a 2-hour video. So I can't do that because nobody will watch it. Even if I put it, the problem is like, you know, remember I mentioned earlier that the one dude, right? He won't watch a video if it's longer than 5 minutes. Well, there's some people that won't watch a video if it's longer than a half hour or 20 minutes or whatever the criteria is. And even if I had like a 2-hour video where it was all cut into chapters, nobody would click on it, because they would look at the timestamp and like, oh, I ain't watching 2 hours of snowblowers. And it might be worth it, right? But that's just book, you know, always judging a book by its cover. That's the culture we live in. I'll see you guys later, and thanks for stopping in with me and hanging out. All right, bros. Let's see. Can I do an outro? Let's see. Yeah, I think I can. Yeah, we can do that.